"26 minutes on to 11 o'clock here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're locked on to WEFM 99.9, the clean, fresh sound, and this is your It's Your Turn program. Remember, It's Your Turn is an interactive program, so the numbers to call are 457-9997 if you're calling from a local landline, 532-9997 if you're calling from a digital cell phone, and you can also call us or send us a WhatsApp at 457-9997. The It's Your Turn program is being hosted by Mr. Cecil Ryan, Mr. Philbert, and Mr. Joel Providence. Good morning to you, Cecil.
And good morning to you, Karen, and good morning to my colleagues in studio, Pijan and Joel. My name is Cecil Ryan, and it's good to be back another Sunday morning. We missed last week because the station was otherwise engaged. But the station with which our listeners, I hope all of our listeners, is now the part of your life, I think. And Sunday morning around this time, we welcome you. Special welcome to all of you who are listening. And of course, we anticipate another engaging program this morning. We have this morning in studio with us, we have the CEO of the Argyle International Airport, Ms. Josette Greaves. She will be in here with us this morning. Later on, not too late, I hope, will be Prime Minister Gonsalves. So we'd have two stalwarts and two giants in studio this morning. And we hope you're prepared to be with us during our discussion, conversation, whatever. So we're here and we are ready to engage you. Pijan?
Cecil, good morning and thank you. Good morning, Kieran. Good morning, Joel. And good morning to all of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to all persons listening to WEFM wherever you are, in neighboring territories, in the wider diaspora. It's the first day. And I think we should start thinking about Christmas. So, as usual, we want to engage you in a fruitful discussion. We have two guests. They will be in a while. In the meantime, let me call on my former teacher to greet you.
Thank you very much, Pijan, Cecil, Kieran. Good morning, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good morning to and thank you for sharing your Sunday morning with us, or at least including us in your Sunday morning stuff to cover. And we hopefully that to say, and equally that one or two of you may wish to pass. Be engaged in more ways than one. We have a few minutes, and I just wanted to touch base on a few. But before doing that, I wanted to say a very special good morning to someone whom you know. This is someone whom I met yesterday or the day before in a store in Kingstown, and she's an ardent listener to the program. And she calls in from Green Hill time to time. Oh. And she introduced herself to me as a teacher and someone with Vincentian and Grenadian roots. And I speak of Juliet Alexander. I didn't forget the name. I don't know if...
Affectionately known as Suzanne.
Yeah, affectionately known as Suzanne.
Well, that's the Suzanne. Okay.
But I tell you, while we were in the line at this store, this hire purchase store in Kingston, and believe you me, that the system there, I think they need to revive, and the line was slow and so on. And this was on Black Friday. Yes, it was on Friday. So, but engaged with all the banter and so on involving with Suzanne and her colleagues and so forth, and it made it much easier. You know, there's something that I learned in business and in marketing on the psychology of waiting lines and so on. Things go easier and smoother if you have someone like a Suzanne in the line with you and so on. I just want to say a very special because in recent times, I've been meeting more than a few persons who have Grenadian, they either have a Grenadian birth, of Grenadian heritage, and living in St. Vincent. They may have a father who's Vincentian, a mother is Grenadian, or vice versa, and so forth. And when I say Grenadian, it includes Carriacou and Petit Martinique as well. And I just say, look how easy it is in the fellowship that we can have between the islands and so on. If you go all the way back, I think it was 93 when they had the Petit St. Vincent agreement. I think it is around 73 between Compton, James Mitchell, and I'm not so sure who was, maybe it had to be Gary, Eric Gary. And I think it is such a joy to see how we can live between among ourselves, whether you're in St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Grenada, and the harmony that we feel, and so on. The Unionites, as we know them, as we call our friends who live down in Union Island, they go across the Carriacou, and they don't need to produce any big set of documents and so on, the customs and and so forth. And I'm glad that we have that kind of exchange, and we are demonstrating and we are actually living this whole spirit of Caribbean unity and togetherness.
Actually, I'm a living example of that. I want to claim kinship with Suzanne. My grandmother was, in fact, from Sauteurs in Grenada.
Oh, yeah.
It's from, well, one of them anyway, from Sauteurs, Grenada. And so we have that connection. Yeah, I see you wearing a sign on your T-shirt this morning. I thought you were going to say something about that. You remain silent on it?
No, actually, maybe you can read it.
Well, see, not for what you understand.
Well, this is a shirt presented to me by my dear sister who lives in St. Vincent, went back to New York to vote.
Oh.
Yes, and then she came back a couple of days later, and this is what she brought back for me. I would have rather that she brought back a particular result, rather than bring back this dish. But so be it. This is what she brought back, and I said to her, well, you know, communication is a hell of a thing, and because we talk, we say what we have to say, and we believe in what we say most times. But interpretation is, we have to recognize that interpretation is there, and you don't know about the interpretation if you don't. And quite often we are not tolerant where full-fledged communication is concerned. We are not tolerant where feedback is concerned. So sometimes have a sort of dive on different issues and so on. But so right now, for whatever it is, I still say that I'm responsible for what I say. Your interpretation is yours, but it might to share your interpretation with me and so forth, and then we can go from there.
All right. Yeah, Pigeon.
Yes,
we haven't been at it for a week. We missed a week, but we're here again.
I have
Yeah.
a few items that I just want to highlight. Just a reminder that today is the first day of December, which is also technically, officially last of the hurricane season. And
You know, it's unbelievable. Remember what? Well, I don't know about you and Joel, but in my day when I was at school, it used to be the thing. June too soon.
yeah,
You come to October all over. No, yeah, October all over. Now it's November.
yeah. But interestingly,
October,
we had just one named storm passed us or passed over us, and giving the impression that this was supposed to be a heightened season. but Beryl probably came and talked for everybody else. It would appear.
But if I may just, it was a heightened season, but not necessarily for this part of the southeastern
Yeah.
Caribbean, because I think we got down S, the name storm, down to S. I don't know if we hit T. Maybe we did, but we got down to S. And there's a phenomenon that we observed a bit different than prior years, that historically our storm started somewhere in the Atlantic
That
off
early.
Cape Verde. And
That early. When it come that early, it tends to be more in the Atlantic.
yes, but you notice this time that there were quite a few that virtually got life in the Gulf of Mexico or just in the Caribbean. So much so that they hit like western the panhandle of Florida a couple of times. So in Tallahassee and Panama City and so forth, a storm came through this week. And then 1 week, people left and went to Alabama and so on. Then 1 week later, they had to move again and so forth. And this is what happened several. So you wonder what is happening. That while we were spent until the recent rains, that some parts of the United States to the south there, they weren't spared at all. And it's a phenomenon that we have to come to terms with.
Well, the Almighty One is teaching or reminding those folks there's a lesson to be had, has to do with climate change, in which they play a frontal role, and they need to pay attention and respond, which is really not forthcoming from the United States yet. I perhaps is a double thing. I mean, Joel, the ones you mentioned, originating in the Caribbean Sea, in the Gulf of Mexico area, and hitting sometimes twice. Like 2 in 1 week, hitting the United States, the Florida area. So and they need to pay attention, and they need to take full account of the climate change issue.
Yes.
Yes, Cecil. The other thing I want to mention is fight that was reported in the press, reported online and also in the newspaper, between 2 secondary school young ladies on the Leeward side. What I find to be interesting is that allegedly the quarrel started online, in social media. One of the newspapers even published some messages that went back and forth between the 2 young ladies. I see that and also in the broader context of the role of social media in social relations. Australia announced a ban for a particular platform. I think it's TikTok, for students, young people under the age of 16.
I think it's all social media.
Yes.
Under 16,
yeah. I'm wondering if we should be looking at that too. Social media taking unnecessary blame for people's behavior.
But how do you administer it? How do you control?
That's true. But that is something we need to pay attention to.
But how are they in Australia?
They're not sure yet.
Oh,
I think they're not
It's
exactly
going
sure.
to take effect in a year. They give themselves a year to prepare for the ban. It was alluded to a little bit earlier. This phenomenon called Black Friday.
Well, Joel just mentioned. Don't forget, Joel is
But I noticed not just Black Friday, but Halloween. Some of these things are getting popular in our culture.
They have become extremely popular.
And online of a particular store in town, and
It was overrun.
Yes, and I have something to say about that.
So I wonder if we losing or diluting our culture for developments in North America, especially.
I I support you, but I also would like to plead guilty for the reason being that I was the one who started the Black Friday thing in St. Vincent. I admit,
now.
because I saw a marketing opportunity, and but what I did, I started off with basically asking, "What's the time?" That was my promotion. What's the time? I virtually had on the Black so-called Black Friday and so on, in which persons can and so on, and we saw the positive spin, and then it just took one to galvanize from one into a next, So I just want I see where it is. It's commercial. Still support it, but I think at the same time though that the question of the other part of it, Pigeon, about the thereof is something that needs to be controlled or addressed.
Finally,
But Pigeon,
Yeah.
permit me before you go on. But Joel, it raises from that one is prompted to raise the question of so many people trying to get into shop. Where the money coming from? Does it reflect money circulating in the economy?
if no had money in the economy, they would have been flocking in days other than Black Friday.
Okay.
Black Friday, talk about discount.
That's what was
No,
happening.
I'm just
Well,
exaggerating.
they have something what you call a door buster, right? So you have these items that will attract persons like magnets to come into your store, and the deals are great. So that, for example, at one store they had some where you can get there's a 43-inch or 42-inch television set, $800.
Okay.
And then a 50 was $1,200 and a 55 was for $1,400. And so, but they were the limited amount. They do, but they also limited amount, and people will come in and try to get a ticket, and they're rushing for these deals. Hopefully that when they're in the store, they will look and buy other things. So they're looking for the deals like anyone else. But at the same time, Cecil, you got when's the deal or not.
I think so. But there were other stores where business was heightened.
Yeah.
In Kingston,
Including this afternoon.
Well, yeah, in fact,
Yeah, they open this afternoon as well.
yeah.
Right, finally on my list, netball, secondary school netball. You had the championship held, I think it's Saturday. Primary school champion Sand Hill. Secondary school junior champion Girls High School. We haven't heard Girls High School mentioned
For a long time.
In a very long time. And secondary school seniors, Thomas Sanders Secondary School. All these schools have something in common.
Which is?
They're located in the same piece of land
Okay.
at Argyle.
Next to the others, they're playing field.
Yeah.
And are they using the netball courts at Argyle?
Probably.
Okay.
But I just find it interesting that they all in the same cluster, in the same area. And these are schools we haven't heard. I've never heard Thomas Sanders Secondary in relation to netball. Athletics, yes, but not netball. And Sand Hill, I haven't heard those schools. And like you said, GHS, a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Atmosphere out there has anything to do with it.
Perhaps we need to do some further
But
investigation.
we want to congratulate all those schools.
Yes.
And coming up soon will be the football finals for the secondary school football final. I think the primary school also will be held soon.
Okay. I have two small ones. First of all, as you just mentioned about the secondary schools, I just wanted to raise the question about cricket and female cricket. We're talking about Jan cricket in a structured, competitive way, rather than just leave it to one or two persons who have an interest and they will decide to participate and maybe play among the boys. I just wanted to say that for whatever it is worth. The other thing that I wanted to mention has to do with the question of order, discipline, order, and I think that is an issue that is walking in tongue the other day. I just heard something like he was just saying that for somebody must have rubbed him the wrong way. And there he was, he had his earrings, and by the way, quite a few men in tongue. The gun. The gun is the earring, yeah? And so that by itself tells a story. But he was just talking about who going to shoot up who's and expletives foreign and so on. And that is what his first thought was, rather than say, well, walk away or find some kind of peace and so forth. The whole idea of tolerance and so on is something that is there. But I am saying as well that when we put place into that, we also have a responsible to order. And this time I'm not talking about order with regard to the police or with the government. I just talk about order. That you have a sale and you know that there is a rush of 400-500 persons try to come through your gates at 5:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, or even at the night, and they try to line up to get an $800 television. Put a structure in place that it doesn't bring out the worst in Vincentians. You can do it. And it is not just a case of the people lacking self-respect and dignity, and it's not the case of, oh, this is for the government and this is for the police. Order, and to cover the issue of order, and thing I wanted to speak on casually has to do with the whole idea of enjoyment. I use the term broadly, but I'm not speaking about enjoyment. I don't want to necessarily speak about it in a philosophical sense, and maybe we can come back to it at some other point. But when you get to a particular age, you want to be able to go to breed the quality of Vincentian life and so on, and you can go and enjoy football in the park and so forth. But we also need like the theater and so on. So you can have an amphitheater where people can go and listen to a nice steel band on a Sunday afternoon or something. It's at Heritage Square, something of the sort. I say all of that to say that it is what I believe that the people who went away they made their living, they made their contribution, Vincentians, they want to come back home, at least spend 8 or 9 months in St. Vincent. And the whole question of, apart from health and so forth, that general enjoyment is also a key decider in and so forth. And I just wanted to commend in closing that my friend Steve Wiley, who had a free concert of sorts, a poetry recital and so on at the hall last Sunday. And it was beautiful. It was fantastic. We have some good, talented men and women. I was going to say young men and women, but I realized that Steve was in the mix too, and so on. So, but it was really enjoyable. There were about 100 persons or so there. But I would love to see more of this taking place so they can enjoy good poetry and so on, and bring out what is great and creative and thing in Vincentians, whether you're young or you're not so young.
We have 2 young guests in our studio with us, and we're happy that they're here, and we're happy to tell our listeners that we're in for a treat this morning, as usual, but especially this morning. We have, first of all, I want to introduce Miss Josette Greaves, who is the CEO at the Argyle International Airport, and she's going to tell us all the good news about what's happening at the airport these days. We know that a lot of things are happening now these days, so Josette is going to tell us about that. So Josette, welcome to the program. And it's good to have you on.
Good morning.
And of course,
Good morning.
the giant is here as usual. We're happy to have him. And I'm sure anything that we said this morning is going to be substantiated by him. Prime Minister, greetings and
Thank you very much
welcome
for
to the
having me,
program.
and I'm to see that Josette is here to talk
Yes.
about the airport. And good morning to all our listeners and those who are viewing the streaming. Josette is an engineer. Rommel Oliver from, Georgetown. Well, the family originally from Beckway, but and these are persons. Well, Rommel is still doing a lot of work here. I think Aluko is in Grenada doing professional work, and this is only in one small area. I mean, Rommel, for instance, is working with Rudy Matthias on the hotel directed projects of the government, and he was instrumental in overseeing the project out at Diamond. And he's working also on the issues touching and concerning the state involvement with the private sector for the Marriott Hotel. So that the education issue is fundamental. And I'm glad that Joel raised, once you deal with the human resource, you have to deal with the whole of the human resource. You have to deal with sports and you have to deal with culture. Without taking away from what and taking up the time from what Josette is going to be talking about relation to the airport, and then that's the first item on the agenda. I'll comment briefly on a couple of things that I heard in the earlier discussion. Johnny from very humble beginnings. Her, not only in Tasmania, she is actually first in South Australia, as I recall it, because she came to see me before she went. The National Lottery, in some small way, is involved, in touch with me while she's there. I know her since she's a little girl. Growing up, she's a very good all-rounder. I'm disappointed that the last set of games for West Indies that she wasn't in the squad. But I bit my tongue on that one because I didn't want it to appear as though I don't want to contribute to this idea in West Indies cricket, but I don't think I'll bite my tongue much longer because I think she was unfair. As in fact, Obed McCoy in one particular circumstance and so on. The matter of the issues touching and concerning poetry and the creative arts, we have seen a renaissance of sorts in it. There are a lot of young poets who are publishing, female poets too. People like Marcella Dublin. Marcella has, I had put her in touch with Rhonda King, who has a small publishing house. She has a degree in biochemistry, Yes. I know her journey very, very well. Her mom, she comes from a family in Diamond, near to the cemetery. Her mother makes a very good potato pudding. I've gone there and eaten it. And she has a sister who is a teacher, went to teachers college. She has another sister who is a nursing assistant. Her mother has been the cleaner of the clinic in Diamond for quite a while. But she has a very creative, her daughter is very bright. She came under the influence early in Diamond, but she in her own right has blossomed into a splendid personality. So to Zena Lewis, whom my dear brother John from the Central Leeward Secondary School knows, because she teaches there and she's pursued her degree at the open campus. She has 2 collections of poetry thus far, and she's a fine performer. I saw the write-up about her. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I wasn't available to go to see her, but I've seen her on more than one occasion. I've heard and I read her poetry. And there's a young generation of these individuals. In terms of the physical facilities, as you know, we're going to have a big center at, hopefully construction will start on that sometime just after the first half of next year. The designs have been done for the facility at the Cultural Artistic Production Center in Bellevue under the Saudi Fund. And there are 2 satellite hubs, one in Trumuka and one in Putabadel, which are also planned under the same. And when we evolve from the old port site in Kingstown, we want to develop that site. And I'm working with potential private sector investors to develop that site with additional cruise ship pairing berth facilities, a boutique hotel, wellness shops, touristic shops, that whole area. And we had done a preliminary study about the tunnel under King Garden Point and linking that to the city at Arnesville, which you see the elements of it building out already with the hospital, the Joshua Center, the sporting complex, which we are developing, and we have to do work on the netball complex. We may see something on that in the budget. And 2025, we're in the final stages of preparing those numbers. And at this fantastic piece of real estate in Kingston, where the old port is, that we will have a big cultural center. It's either you get cheap money, that is to say, long-term loans at very affordable rates of interest, very competitive rates of interest, very low rates of interest, or the larger commercial design, because it's expensive for them to operate, to build and then to operate, and the actual returns on them in a small society of themselves, as some people are wont to say, that the dance can't pay for the light. Of course, as a civilized people, you can't, if you focus on the price of everything, you do not have any appreciation of the value of anything. So you can focus always on the price, but you have to look at the value, because I heard it's addressing the issue of value. I'm not people, and that's why I start with people like Marcella and Senna and others. The and about the discussion on the football, we are going to have inside of the estimates for this year, 2025, money approximated $1 million for a semi-professional football league. There are 10 football teams in the country, each of them registering 23 players. You'll only have 16 on any one day when they're playing, 11 on the field and 5 on the bench. And they play 18 games over a 4-month period. We want to pay each of them $200 of the 23, $200 a match.
But they can go and look for additional funding.
We're paying them $200 a match.
Yeah.
But we're actively going to ensure that state companies and of the 10 teams, if we can do 3, 4, 5, and hopefully the private sector do another 5, depending on. And if we can put up some sponsorship money to help with the transportation and to help to pay the coaches. This is just for the Premier Division, or the Premier League. They play 18 games. But I want to see that linked with a training program too, for skills now and beyond in all kind of areas, and especially so in technical and vocational studies, which we are going to have an expansive program. And so that the government is not accused of being only male-oriented in terms of playing the male football, that we want to do the same thing for netball. And the netball one is an easier one from a monetary standpoint to have a semi-professional league also, because there are 4 netball teams in the Premier League, in the Premier competition. They're already sponsored by private sector clubs. But I want to see them get some money too, and I want to see them open for the same training. And one of the things, we are putting a lot of infrastructure and we have made St. Vincent Grenadines the center, most advanced for technical and vocational education, both in terms of facilities and the institutional arrangements in the OECS countries. That's why when the British were doing a program, they chose it as the center from which the program would be out in the Windward Islands. A 3-year program for all 4 Windward Islands, amounting to about £9 million. Part of it happened over COVID. At the moment, what happens with the technical vocational education programs, people go, advertisement is made, and persons go and register, whether in Georgetown or Peterborough, because one open in Peterborough, the Kingston one, all the various centers which we have across St. Vincent and Grenadines. But the truth is, a number of persons who would like to get into these can't even be roused from the block or from their homes. So I think we have to send people on the blocks, send people in the communities with the forms to register people, to take it to them. And then I want to pay them just $25 a day when they go into their classes to pay the transportation, and they give them a free education and pay the transportation and the food. So we have to put all these things in a composite way, and we are looking always, the government that is, to deepen and broaden the education revolution and to provide initiatives always, and in the field of culture and the arts. And we are seeing benefits. We're seeing benefits, and persons who are taking advantage of the opportunities. But the opportunities, large as they are, must be further enlarged, and to go to a group of persons who are not always responsive. I know in a particular village, for instance, there was a teacher who had come to me from the community and said that he and a couple others that they'd like to have a community center turned into a center for one of the usual skills training now. I said, but the whole concept of skills training, a little bit of smocking, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, is very 1970s sort of thing. Not that is not. And when I begin to tell him about the kind of programs, and he was a teacher, he was not even fully aware of all the programs which were available at the technical institution, Georgetown, which I know quite well. Operating expenses in excess of $1 million. There you have about 16, 17 teachers. And the programs have expanded, and you have programs of different length, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. And we have the institutional arrangements for the vocational qualifications and the national vocational qualifications through the Sector Skills Development Agency in 2010 to put the institutional arrangements for the award of these certificates for the certification. And all this is part of the infrastructure, the institutional infrastructure of the education revolution. Now, get the number of persons, and then he identified 10 persons, 10 young individuals. At the end of the day, only 3 of them showed any interest. But those other 7, we mustn't have them be lost. We have to. They can be identified by community leaders, but we have to have persons who are directly involved with these institutions go to them and say, listen, I am taking you there for you to see what is happening. This is not something for you to be worried about within your capacity to do this thing. You have had a secondary education, you probably finish it, or you probably left at Form 5 or Form 4, whatever the case may be for this or that reason. So I make those summary comments in response to some of the things which you're talking about. But I'm satisfied. In addition to all the usual pointers about for the lack of civility and the like, I'm satisfied in this country that the nature of discourse coming from the opposition contributes immensely. Anger, bile, viciousness of utterances, unfounded allegations, and some people take a cue. Even if they don't support the opposition, they feel that it becomes acceptable. I find it from particular opposition personalities. Of course, I heard Peter about social media, and that's true, but also the same thing in relation to radio station. We need the issue of quality parenting and quality teaching, and all of these things are part of the mix to have civility in discourse. You can be robust, in your views, but you can both be robust and civil. There's nothing, you don't have to degenerate into a particular kind of bile and anger. You can be firm with your language without crying and going into matters which most people will say shouldn't take place. Now, to one degree or another, all of us who are talking may be guilty on occasions of a lack of civility. but it is something we have to bear in mind. And it is one thing for it to be ability to appear to be something which is episodic, as distinct from being made normal. Because we have always had instances of civility, but there always seem to be a sense that the normal is not the episodic.
You've given some response. Before bringing Greaves, I hope you don't mind. And somebody sent me a photo. In fact, I'm looking at it now. Glenford from Diamond, and he's showing about 3 or 2 cattle walking up. Mr. Ryan, good morning. Can you please make a plea to animal owners at Diamond City to tie them, please? They are a traffic hazard and they're making a mess when they stool.
Well,
If you don't mind. Because I myself was a victim this morning, early in the hours of the morning. I was at the St. Vincent Beach Athletic Stadium exercising. I was walking around the track and I almost fell twice by stepping in the stool of cattle that were inside the fencing. And it's a lot of cattle. I saw the security gentleman getting rid of
If I may,
something.
this is at the main road. At the entrance to the
Cecil,
hotel.
That was the main road.
Cecil,
Yes.
I am clear on this. I've told the police already because the law permits it. You shoot them. I know when I said that at first, when was being built and the aerodrome was being built out, persons thought that, well, on the side is to have their cattle let go. And I told the police to shoot them. The police shot the first one. And that was the end of that. I remember somebody saying to shoot the thing. I said, are you a vegetarian? I remember I was on a radio station. I said, how do you think you eat beef? By not killing the animal? I say, you're a Hindu? I said, talk to me about it. Because this thing is a danger to life and limb. Being irresponsible. There are some persons who have cattle, who have not one piece of land on which to keep the cattle, you know. And if there's some things you can keep and some things you can't keep. But you can't in a modern society let them go on the road and to destroy public facilities which cost millions of dollars. The St. Vincent Beach Stadium is 40-something million already. And I say, shoot them.
But they're right. The Holiday Inn.
Yeah, shoot them, shoot them. I have and I hope the leadership in the police hear me again on this. And they in order to make sure you can get the meat if you shoot them, you make sure that the blood runs out so that it doesn't become you wouldn't be able to eat it now. I'm very practical on this matter, you know. I don't think one or two persons who have been irresponsible to God should hold the rest of the community to ransom on this question. And the law permits it.
With persons who own the cows to tie them.
Well, in Union Island, because there are many, because of the special circumstances that exist in Union with the hurricane, I've asked Saboto, the Minister of And in a consultation with farmers and fishers for the budget on Friday morning, I reiterated it. We should put them, and the butchers were there, we should go, the state should go and buy them, buy all of them, all the cattle. Sell those, bring them up, charter a boat, bring them up. Those which we can sell to butchers, we sell to butchers. Those which we give to farmers, we give to farmers. And take them off Union Island. In any case, the animals in Union Island are usually being sold to butchers. Of course, it costs $100 and something, $150 a day about for the butcher to bring up one of the animals from you. So the guys prefer, and it's a lot of hassle. But Union Island people don't usually eat beef. They eat goat, they eat fish, they eat lobster, they eat conch. They're not, the people in the Southern Grenadines are among the least beef-eating people in the country. I've observed it over the years. You know, I'm speaking very straightforwardly and about, and they will tell you that too. When you go to Union, how many people give you beef? Think about it.
Fish primarily and conch.
But that's the point. You know, and goat. And there are problems also with goats, particularly when they have a Lego season. The dry season, they like same thing in Canawan. We're planting up the trees in Canawan, in the village. I got the government to buy all the animals, the goats and the sheep, them, and brought them up and did something similar as to what I'm advocating that we do in respect of the cattle people get the money. But on St. Vincent, there's no such a special circumstances as we have in Union. And the people who have the animals and let them go know that they should not do it. And they will only stop doing it when you kill one or two of them. And then they would realize that the problem, if they feel they have a case, put you in court, put the government in court. But you have a reason to deal with the matter. In Union Island, of course, I'm sure there would be, in some cases, a disputation as to who owned which animal. But that, in a few cases, ought not to deter us from buying them and bringing them up.
Cecil, if Glenford or anyone else listening to the program know the owner of those cows, ask them just to direct them now to go deal and deal with the cow.
The owners might be listening to the program.
Well, they deal with it.
Well, I'll tell you something. I have it up to my head, over my head, talking about this thing about owners with cattle. They're just not listening to you. And just like one or two persons also who choose to have cattle pens and pig pens near in residential areas and think that it is perfectly in order. Well, the amendment to the law which we passed on the Tongue and Country Planning Act on Thursday has some strong regulations dealing with that. That bill which nobody on the opposition read, though they had it for 6 days and it was the only bill to be read. I don't know men and women doing it all the time. What are we paying them for? But that's a separate question.
But I hope
if you hear my tongue sharper this morning, is that some of these things are just not acceptable. You're paying a parliamentarian, man. Read it.
I hope we come back to that later on. Prime
Read
Minister,
it, man. Read it.
It's big,
You know what I mean?
Greaves, my friend who came in, returned from Canada, felt that while he was coming off walking along one air bridge that was connected to his flight. I think he came via Miami, so he was on American Airlines. There was a Canada, another flight coming in, and the other bridge was moving towards it, and he felt so proud seeing those two things happening at the same time. Sounds like good things are happening at the AIA.
Yes, we've made a lot of progress this year with maintenance. When I was on this program earlier this year, one was not working, and we worked on it. We brought in specialists from the manufacturers, and he was able to assist us in resolving that particular issue. However, we have two maintenance teams that deal with the bridges, the mechanical department and the electrical department, and they've been working on resolving issues and doing maintenance. We have a team assigned to the mechanical department that only does rust control. So they're constantly there trying to clean off all of the rust and painting it back with special marine type paint that is normally used on boats and on offshore facilities. So we are trying to ramp up maintenance. We're trying to improve on every aspect of the airport management. We know that we have some challenges, and we are trying to resolve all of them.
I noticed that there's an ad in the paper this week for assistant engineer.
Yes.
Is that to help to again boost up your maintenance?
Cecil, if I say this, well, if I just back up a little, those air bridges were put in place under the express direction of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Josette Greaves will remember she was there when the IADC, International Airport Development Company, said that they would leave that matter. They had a board meeting and there was a discussion. Money is tight. Should you do it? Should you not do it? They said, well, let's leave this for the Prime Minister. We give him the pros and the cons. And Vincent Beach, of blessed memory, was deputed by Vincent told me, I said, of course, Vincent, we have to have the air bridges. I say, how much they cost? I understand it's $1 million US for each of them. I say, we're having an airport costing 750 million EC dollars. What is 2 million US? Yeah. I say for people say Barbados didn't have any, Antigua didn't have any. I say Barbados average annual rainfall was 60 inches a year. Ours was 90. We are now about 85, according to the Caribbean Institute for Hydrology and Meteorology. But more importantly, what we're having is bursts of periods of heavy rainfall. And you need to have the air bridges when you have a lot of people coming off of the plane. You have 200 people coming off a plane and it's raining. What you need 200 umbrellas? And the type of umbrellas and so on. And it doesn't make sense. The current leader of the opposition attacked me and it in the house, He said, we're going to the air bridges. Antigua don't have any, Barbados don't have any, Grenada ain't have any. Is the usual line. Ralph, you have the Prime Minister has champagne taste with Marby pocket. I don't know about champagne taste. I've always been a man who is I didn't have a pair of 12 years old. I grew up on eating what was around the farm. You know what I mean? And when we're catching the river and so on, and anybody, they know that I don't have expensive tastes. But the point is this lack of foresight by them. I'm talking about the opposition. And then one of the things I do at the airport, she hears from me all the time. She heard from me. When did I come in?
Last week.
last week. If I go into one of the bathrooms and I see the tap is not functioning properly, I say, what happened? You don't have somebody go through the place every day to see that the taps are in order. I flush the toilet. I look, I tell her, I said, look, wow, the people who are in the departure area, right, where you go through carry through your bags, the security. That's what happened. They don't see the edge of a mat, the edges of the mat, that they're afraid of. We build a first class airport, and the way we do it, I don't have any appearance of it looking as though, well, it's not a slum, but I use the word to her, so we can't have any of it beginning to look like a slum. Of course, there's nothing there like that, but I used excessive language. And she explained to me all the maintenance and so on they're doing. But we have to do this on an ongoing basis, because that is, Joel, our gateway. And that is essential to the service transformation of the economy. And Josette knows more about this than I do, because she's actively involved in it. But it is critical for us to do it. I'm sorry that I sound possessive about the airport, but I can't.
Understandably so.
But I can't help it, because
With your baby.
well, fellas said that I should have go to Dr. Debnat because I was a crazy man and so on. The Europeans and Canadians and British, they say I was the man from La Mancha, tilted at windmills until it actually came about. And
Don Quixote.
Don Quixote.
Yeah, to you, Josette. Say repairs and so on, and the preventive team, do they just focus on preventive only? How does it work?
Okay, so just to give you an idea of the structure of the maintenance department at the airport, we have 3 sections. We have building and civil, mechanical, and electrical. So each of those sections has a head. So we have engineers. We've had a challenge over the years retaining a mechanical engineer. So since about September last year, we've been functioning without that department. So for a period of time, I was at electrical engineering at the time, and I had oversight of mechanical. So I was doing both things. After I got involved with as acting CEO and then CEO, I handed that over to the building and civil engineer. So for the entire year, we have been trying to recruit a mechanical engineer. But we've tried our best to keep the department running and for us to be doing what we needed to do. Each department, you have different types of maintenance. You have the corrective, and then to go a step further, you can even do predictive maintenance. So in the departments, we have checklists where the staff is inspections. And the objective of doing these inspections is to capture problems before they
happen.
Yeah. So we're able to see like any deterioration, any wear and tear, anything that we need to get changed. Would give you a plan, and they would tell you every 300 hours, every 500, these are the things you need to do, these are the things you need to change. So all of those things would form part of our preventative maintenance. And then the corrective maintenance would be when it breaks, to try to get it working, functioning quickly. The predictive thing now is for us to be able to see a little bit further into the future and to prepare for the inevitable, right? So yes, we do preventative maintenance. It is a major part of what we do in maintenance.
On the predictive front, for example, have you seen into the future, and we know COVID came in and sort of put a hiatus on the growth. And so, but now we know what is happening.
And the volcanic eruption.
And then the volcanic eruption, and then Beryl and others wanted to spoil things a little bit. But now we see, for example, in the arrival area, it seems to be a bit on the small side. It will be difficult get moved, like coming at the same time, 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. What is the intention? What are the plans to address that issue going forward? I don't know what you have in terms of the board has agreed on in relation to development costs versus repairs and maintenance. What is the plan in regard to the arrival area?
In answering to that, can you give us some sense of the numbers?
Yes.
In answering that question.
Okay.
Yeah?
So the terminal building was designed to handle 1.2 million passengers a year. What we're actually doing now, right? But in peak periods where we have 3 large carriers on the ground at the same time, you would see the areas would appear to be a little bit on the small side. So while we're not to capacity theoretically, we're at where we see some need for expansion. Right now, 2024, we've seen the largest numbers that since we've opened in 2017. I have some statistics here. In January and February we saw a 35% growth in passenger numbers
Over
2023.
Okay.
Right? In September, we saw. In October, we saw a record 49% growth over 2023, right? So we're doing some very good numbers, and I think this is
What happened in October?
We had JetBlue starting, and we had Leah 20 starting back. We also
Sunrise.
had Wing Air started late. So the additional airlines and the additional numbers, we've been seeing them, and I think projections would be doing even better numbers. So to answer your question about the plans, it's an airport. You just can't go and add on a piece of. And one of the studies that we have on the agenda, we've had it on the agenda for quite some time, is the airport master plan study. This study is really a roadmap to the development of the airport for the next 20 years. And it would give us an idea and do projections of what the numbers are expected to look like, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, what our possibilities for revenue would be. And it would have triggers that would trigger the development. So you might say, this current flow plan in 2025, we would have exhausted our to get any additional revenue. So then that would trigger a certain type of development. Or it would say in 2023, the numbers would be too high and we need to expand. In addition to that, it will also lines, the expansions that we need to do to address the projections.
Perhaps you should give some indication. When we started, when the Cubans did the aerodrome, we had asked the Mexicans, what's his name now? You probably Professor Federico. And they did a master plan, Mexicans, of the entire perimeter to see what additional lands we will need to have to accommodate future expansion. But correct me if I'm wrong, what we are needing now, within that broad frame, we need a master plan with particular targets now that we are operational. Every airport reasonably has to. Barbados has done their expansion. Antigua did an expansion. I think is undergoing one. At Huanura, Grenada, different ones. Because clearly, I got a letter last week from the chief executive officer of the airport authority at Greaves, requesting the assistance of the prime minister to seek help from either the Cuban or the Mexican government to assist them with this particular master plan. So that is that is part of my responsibility. Mexican president is preoccupied with dealing with tariffs and immigration
And borders.
with one called Donald J. Trump.
Yes.
But I will shortly get her attention.
Yes.
Yes. So, Greaves, given all that's been happening, it seems that you had a 50% increase from the last to September.
No, October.
In October.
In October.
October.
Yeah. So you have that, and going forward in the immediate.
Yes, I think these numbers are going to grow. They're going to keep growing immediately in November, December. And if you look at the trends over the years, you would see that these 2 months, the traffic is very high. So we're expecting for the November and December to surpass 2023 and our best year, which was 2029 to date.
2019.
2019,
Yeah.
sorry, 2019. So I think we all know that the airport has this potential, and I think we're on the road to fulfilling, and to doing a lot better than we've been doing over the years.
Prime Minister, I know there have been Holiday Inn Express and others. To what extent do you connect these to the airport?
Very much. Well, of course, I was so impressed with the investment made by Maya Street, by
Yes.
and I've been advised by the Minister of Finance, who is the parliamentary representative for East St. George. He has informed me that the owners of Maya Street would like further to expand.
Yes, the space.
Well, if not there, somewhere else. We see the guns, their numbers incrementally have moved now to 60 keys of different types of rooms. We see recently, I don't know, I was up at
Alexandrina.
when we had the ULP had an all-day retreat of the executive. Just parenthetically, one item on the agenda, organizing for the 6th-term victory. I saw the beautiful set of additions, 20-odd rooms. In fact, a couple came to me when I arrived. They wanted to take a photograph with me, and they said they were inside of the new rooms, and I asked them how they were, and the like. Other places have expanded, and we have given a lot of approvals or concessions to places with the apartment buildings and the like, the varying sizes. And if you look at Pijan, you look into the newspaper, you see applications to physical planning for a number of places. Sandals itself wants to expand even more. And then
I say one may Kyle Providence in this weekend's paper as well.
I saw that one with One Providence. I was wondering to whom he was related. I saw that
Indian
one.
Bay, yes.
And all these investments are taking place because of and as I say that the Minister of Finance, Camilo, has been very much involved in a lot of these things. And he is working, like, I would negotiate the money from Taiwan, for instance, in respect for a $50 million loan towards the building of the Marriott. And that money is there. But 50 million can't bill you it. So we have, and we have been searching for the appropriate partner. It looks found an appropriate partner. And we'll hear more details on that provided by him and by the government. You probably may hear it in the budget, and we probably begin by the second half of 2025 some actual on the ground, 250-room Marriott Hotel down on the western side of the island, Mount Win. And these numbers are increasing, and I still see the silly demarcation, and I see an article but he has been wedded to agriculture. He has a very good career, both professionally as a agricultural scientist, but also as an actual farmer. But we must understand the changing circumstances of the agricultural market, and don't think that we can go back to sugar and bananas, because those require market preferences. That what we have to do is to reorient agriculture to a lot of fruits and vegetables, wrong provision, strengthen the food security. Of course, we have to do the planting, we have to do bananas for our own consumption. And for the visitors which we bring here, if we bring thousands of visitors here and we can help to feed them, it is as if we export the product, because what we are getting is the foreign exchange which they bring, which they pay for in rooms. Where we would be making an error is if we do not manage that part of it well. And that is why I'm hoping we can talk about some things which we have been doing in agriculture before we leave today. And Sabota made a very important ministerial statement. For example, the $27 million EC, which we borrowed, not from the World Bank, not after burial, but consequent upon the volcanic eruptions. So that is an emergency contingency culture and fisheries, because we have to deal with the issue of food security. And we have a short window to spend this money which we have borrowed, and we are giving out a lot of equipment in fisheries and for the agricultural sector, and we're giving out animals, and we're building, we're buying greenhouses, and Sabota address the greenhouse plant up in the greenhouse facility up in Montreal Gardens and so on. We have to, Joel, we have to use a different type of more scientific. I mean, you'll be amazed to know that there's a young man in North Leeward who has some lands. He wants more because he's probably the largest sheep farmer in the country.
He's known as the farm boss. The farm boss.
About sheep.
Yeah.
He's going to do more, but some because of the space for him to build the pens and so on. A young man, and other commodities.
Well, I have some lands.
Yeah, and he was at the consultation, and he's, if you're a farmer, you don't pay any income tax, on your. If you're a farmer, you're in a very special category in the country, and rightly so, given the vagaries of the situation and the importance of farming. But
The same for fishers as well? Fishers?
Yes,
Oh,
fishers. The situation. I mean, if you right now. There's been a seventh distribution of stuff for the farmers from the $27 million. And we're doing more and more. And We have provided income support of $2 million to just over planting and banana farmers, largely planting, 1,700 planting farmers. Provided support for the arrowroot farmers, tractor services, farmers, and we are going to have production support additionally for vegetable and root crop farmers, 1,817 of them, 76 honey farmers, and significant potential ones in the CMOS production, small animals, 82 farmers in cattle. Then that is product. Then we have in the supplementary $5.5 million for production support for them. And we have $12 million for income support for farmers, farm workers, and boat owners. This list here of 5,600, little bit, is out of what that. We gave them $600 a month. October, November, December. We'll see how we can go into the new year. In relation to the fishers, we have just last week we approved $2.7 million for 256 fishers. This list here, which includes fishers, farmers, farm workers, fishers, people on the boats and the crew.
Looks like a small book, Prime Minister.
Yeah,
Do you have the actual number?
5,654, I think the number is. That's why I say 5,600 plus. We're doing with the fishers for production support. If you have a small scale damage of less than $3,000, medium scale damage of between $3,000 to $5,000, we give you $2,500. Large scale damage between $5,000 to $10,000, $1,000. Very large scale between $10,000 and $25,000, we give $15,000. If you have total loss amounting to over $25,000, we give you 60% of the estimated damage. For the tuna longline fishers, we give a maximum assistance of up to $50,000. And by lollies fishing suppliers, for general fishing gears and supplies, we allocated $194,000. Poor lolly, he hasn't received the money yet, and yes, when he came to the yesterday, a Friday, to the consultation, after Saboto spoke Friday morning, people calling him and lining up and saying, well, Sabia knows what we had agreed to, but the actual money hadn't been transferred yet. So these, and I want to say, we for the income support which you're talking about, that will by way of cards. They expect the cards to be issued sometime before the 16th of December.
So before Christmas, they'll be
Before
getting
Christmas.
Yeah.
But next week, a different set of cards are going to be issued. These are cards from the Ministry of National Mobilization for families which have been actively economically engaged or who lost their any support, any income now. Mm-hmm. And the data that I have here They're going to roll that out this week. They're having the last weekend, because I touched base with Derry Williams. They were printing the cards. This is now not Ministry of Agriculture. This is now mobilization. The total cards which have been built out and to be paid in the northern and southern Grenadines for persons, this $1,200 in it, for $600 for October, $600 for November, and they're going to start this week coming up. Northern, southern Grenadines, and also on the mainland. As you can expect, in the southern Grenadines, the number is much bigger. 1,094 cards, amounting to $1.3 million. 807 in Union Island, 175 in Canada, 112 in Mairo. Beckway will have 140 cards. Because we pay October, November money at the same time. Then the cards verified and billed to date, 1,978. And that is almost 2.4 million. Grenadines on the mainland is 3.85 million, for which cards have already been built. There's some more still to be done for the mainland. So we're going to have about, when all of it is built out, we're going to have over 4,000, because already 1978 on the mainland and 1238 for the northern and southern Grenadines. You see, that's something. You're going to be, but the cards have to be built out, obviously. And I'm hoping that we can extend this into the new year, maybe for probably 2 months. We'll see if we can stretch it 3 months. As we see the money now, we're spending a lot of money. But this exercise, we have to make sure that this list for mobilization and this list for agriculture, that we don't have duplication. And that exercise has taken some time. The reconciliation of the names, and I'm sure that there'll be 1 or 2 persons and some numbers which will be left out. But this is the story. Of course, this is separate from the housing program, which you could talk about.
Yes.
But we had promised income support and production support and income support. We are delivering already on production support. We have more to give, and we are about to deliver on the income support.
Joel, yeah.
No, just a very quick one. Just recently, a couple of days ago, the Minister of Agriculture gave out tanks and so on to farmers. I think for 1,800, and they were supposed to go and collect the tanks and so on. Generally speaking, how do you assess that or will ensure that the farmers and so on will actually utilize these vouchers and so on sensibly?
Well, all the vouchers which have been issued for the banana and plantain farmers.
And there was some for livestock and so on.
Yes. Now, the banana and plantain farmers where we have delivered and for were done on programs related to the supplementary estimates. The 7 distributions which we have given in kind on the spot, like yesterday up in Orange, not yesterday, Friday up in Orange Hill, with 333 persons in Region 7, which is from Bayaboo to Fancy, got implements and tanks and so on. 49 tanks were given out. Not everybody got tanks, different people depending on their assessment, where they are, whether they need a tank or not. The big tanks. Earlier, at the end of August, we at Connery, 200 and something persons in Region 7 were given. So yesterday was the 7th distribution under the $27 million soft loan, which we took, emergency contingency loan. to help with production supports, to deal with issues relating to food security. And we are giving out, we have stuff to give out to the fishers, in respect of fish aggregating devices, gears, and training, and so on. Animals, the sheep and the goats, the end of this year, before the end of this year, early next year, we'll be distributing those, because we purchased a certain number of animals, and we having them grow, and then we're going to give the artificial insemination place to produce younger. So it's a program.
Mhm.
It's a program. And they're taking place. People hear about them, and this is what is driving some other people crazy. But there's a separate discussion. And we want, and Sabota is very much involved in this and leading this to help to do a shift in the paradigm in agriculture. Right now, you asked the question, the 1,700 planting farmers who have received from Input Warehouse, because they redeemed the vouchers, the Input Warehouse, the state-owned Input Warehouse. We're already seeing the impact in planting, the expansion of planting production. And the numbers for bananas smaller, 400 and something farmers. It's and Josette airport in order, fixes it up. Carlos and he brings the tourists, brings the airlines. Camilo Carlos and Glen Beach at Invest SVG try to get the investment going in the tourism area. With the Camilo from the Ministry of Economic Planning, with the resources, and Saboto in agriculture and fisheries. And Curtis has to do his business with the education. I have my part with the higher education, the sports and the culture, and then the housing. Of course, as Prime Minister, I have to coordinate all of this, and the where they're necessary to be taken, and straighten out bottlenecks and so on. It's you take, I was very peremptory with Friday on Thursday when he said that when we were going to lunch, he wanted to know what I was going to deal with, because there were 2 bills on the order paper to be dealt with. The amendment to the Act, the Town and Country Planning Act, and the Dogs Bill. And the Dogs Bill had been on the order paper. We had gone through several select committees and so on and so forth. So there's really one bill to have been debated, plus answering their questions. Well, now, anybody who is having their brain on, you think I'll call a parliament just to answer questions? Because that's all they want. They wanted, the Dogs Bill was pretty much agreed upon through the select committee. You know what I mean? And that was on the order paper for some time. We worked through it. You have this bill, we got it on Friday. But this bill on the Town and Country Planning Bill, Amendment Bill, this has been in discussion in the community for in excess of 2 years, You had Ben Haverbrong here discussing that already, Huh? Ben became a minister. She was hired as a consultant to help in the shaping of the to help to shape this, all across the country. Men want government to be a continuing university. Easy. You get the bill on Friday. But Joel, I have to prorogue Parliament. Well, not me. I have to advise the Governor General to prorogue Parliament shortly, before we start the new session of Parliament with the estimates for 2025, and then the appropriation bill. Read the bill now. It's a straightforward bill. But I can tell you this, one of the reasons I wanted it to be done, apart from we've been discussing it, next year, we are going for another catastrophic. And we know, Pijan, that one of the things that the World Bank is going to say, because loan, a $20 million US long-term loan, it is stated just in case disaster. They're going to say, among other things, well, since the last Cat Didio loan, have you done anything on your institutional arrangements dealing with some climate? Would you touch on tongue and country planning? I don't know what is going on in the heads of the opposition. So I'm going to the table. I obviously have to make sure that I tick some boxes and put some institutional arrangements in place and strengthen the arrangements, the pre-existing. They have some, I don't know what is their idea of government, I really just don't know. And a man getting up, well, the three of them who spoke, none of them had read the bill. They indicated that in one form or fashion, but one of them explicitly said that, well, I've read maybe about a half of it. I said, but why are you going to comment on the bill if you have only read less than half? And it was clear to me, he had read anything, he hadn't gone past page 3, because things he is talking about were there from page 4. So the modern government is an entirely different thing than 20th century government. There are some things which, but noise making without serious work and creativity just will not do. And you need energy and will, you need vision and skill, plus something else. That's something else difficult to define, but everybody knows that it exists, and they see who has it and who doesn't have it.
Okay.
That's a gift from the gods.
Yeah. Greaves, I want to come back to you and ask some questions about what's happening at the AIA. Given that you have a higher throughput right now, how efficient would you say is your officers in processing passengers and so on and so forth?
Okay, so I think they're very efficient. Each airline, they have everything. They tell you how much time you have to check in passengers, how much time you have to unload the aircraft, take the luggage off the belt. So we're held to very strict airline standards. So, and we have been complying the turnaround time, the on-time performance flights as well. That is always a hot topic for us, because it's an area where we can be fined by the aircraft, by the airline. So if the aircraft is supposed to stay an hour on the ground and there are fines that are applicable to the airport. So we have to ensure that our operations are in fact efficient.
The last set of rains we've been getting over the last couple of, maybe a month, has the any aspects of the airport been affected by the rain?
No. I mean, the Prime Minister explained to you the importance of having the jet bridges
Mhm.
and being able to load and offload the aircraft even when it's raining.
Mhm.
So there hasn't been any delays as a result of the drainage around the airport facility, and you know that we have 3 river the airport.
But
And
but sorry to cut in, but I know it was a big talk that the one at the Argyle River. There was a big talk that it would overflow. That's I
No.
remember when it was being constructed.
It hasn't so far, and this is something. Whenever there's a heavy rainfall, this is something we have the guys out checking to ensure that that it's able to handle the capacity. During the last set of heavy rainfall, there was a tree, and it came down. It blocked a section of one of the tunnels. One river crossing has 5, and
Yes.
another has 2.
Okay.
And then there's a small concrete culvert further south.
Just maybe it may help you're there from the beginning. The engineering, and these are specially designed tunnels or designed in Mexico
Yes.
to carry the weight of the
The airfield, the
the,
entire
the,
airfield.
the entire airfield, the aircraft, types of aircraft, and everything like that. And of course, clean and maintain and all the rest of it. So the maybe so that persons can get a sense as to what was constructed, how we are dealing with that problem, because we had to build the airport over a stream and a river.
Mm-hmm.
That is the reality of the. We couldn't take the river and put it in the sky. On there.
Yeah, so as you rightly said, Prime Minister, the designers had to take into and futuristic values of a 100-year event, which could bring tremendous amounts of water through the Yambo River stream. So the designers had to take that into consideration, and they design. And I know as a designer, most of the times we overcompensate. And what they did, they used some metal culverts treated for rust, and they were able to build a system to efficiently, effectively water on the runway.
You're talking about the Yambo River?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever seen the Yambo River when it's raining heavily, you would understand just how engineering had to go into this particular culvert or these particular culverts to ensure that they're able to safely take the water under the runway and to over the years we've been looking at it, and I have never seen it filled to capacity. There's always room for water, which tells us that the engineering, the construction was properly done. Whenever there are any boulders or trees that comes down from higher up upstream, we're able to clean them out. In the past we've used Braxa and they're heavy to actually drive into the culvert and take out large boulders and trees. So we know the importance of these structures, and a part of our preventative maintenance is regular inspection of them, especially sometimes even during heavy rainfall. Staff is out there watching to ensure that it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Cecil.
Sorry.
I have some other follow-up.
Okay, just the ground handling. I believe that maybe a lot of passengers and Vincentians are not aware necessarily that they are actually employees of the AIA, correct?
Yes, correct.
And So I'm asking the question whether or not the AIA considered setting up a ground handling arm, a separate company, so that the liability and so forth involved, like you mentioned earlier, that the airlines can charge the AIA like half an hour later, an hour later, whatever the case might be. Whether or not, was there any consideration to have a separate company, maybe owned by the state or owned by the AIA, to actually handle ground, and what are the implications generally right now in terms of the staffing? Because especially, I know that you have had an issue, or I believe you had an issue when you have the flights coming at the same time and you therefore had to go and hire extra persons as a result. You want to comment on that?
Well, initially, we had actually had an AIA Ground Handling Services Inc., which was a company set up and owned, managed by AIA to do just what you said. But over the years, that has sort of went out the window, and AIA decided that it was, well, the shareholder decided that it was better to first to just treat it as a department within AIA and manage it accordingly. Now, we know we have to mitigate the fines, we know we have to perform, and to solve that issue, emphasis was placed on ensuring that staff, and we have the staff, we have the equipment to be able to effectively handle the airlines without getting these fines that I'm speaking about. We spent almost $1 million in ground handling equipment just because we had like several flights on the ground. We had to do some enhancements with equipment. We had to hire staff. Overall, the revenue earned from ground handling is substantial, and it is what makes it make sense with the whole business model and why we're doing it this way.
The thing is, very early, a regional company was anxious to do the ground handling.
Any names?
No. You may be aware. We resisted that, and we were told all the reasons why it is better if that entity, because I think it has experience, a good entity in at least one other airport in the region. But we have to look at where the revenues are. It may well be that for ourselves, it may well be that this dormant company, we may revive it depending on the airport as it expands.
Mm-hmm.
But it was felt by the decision makers, the shareholders, the government, upon advice from the professionals, that at the moment it was better for it to be done under the rubric still of AIA, saving administrative costs and so on and so on and so forth and the like. But it's a big area of operation.
Yes.
For an airport. The general public wouldn't usually see that. I must say that we have done some things to, you're talking about in the expedition, getting passengers through quickly. I don't think that at immigration that there is any real quarrel with people deal with immigration. Because one of the decisions which we took was to do away with the immigration forms. You would not believe how many persons were still wedded to the paper. And there are several countries in the region would still have it. And I would ask the simple question: if the United States of America can do it, and the United Kingdom can do it with a larger flow of passengers, why can't we? And the issues to be overcome were small technical issues, which were easy to be done. And we have done it, because what happens is this: we have to bear in mind when people think in terms of the security in relation to this form. When a plane arrives, by law, within 20 minutes of its takeoff, we must have in our hands here the manifest.
Yeah.
And people mean
There's an advanced passenger information system.
take off from destination.
From take off from where they're taking off
Okay.
when they come in here. So we know. That information passes immediately through a regional security network, the Regional Intelligence Fusion Center, to which all of us in CARICOM, a highly sophisticated operation. So we know from the list whether somebody is a bad boy or a bad girl. And we will make our determination why we do it. We don't have special branch department out there for show. And they work hand in glove. Now, we have had some difficulties with on the side of the customs, where we can have bottlenecks. But the old way of doing customs, where you want to turn up every piece of somebody's suitcase, those days are gone. What you're dealing with is the management of risks in respect of your border control. There are, when somebody, remember this, when there is when your suitcase leaves JFK, wherever it leaves, it comes to a particular system of high technology where you basically know what is inside of the suitcase. So from a security standpoint, you have a prior set of data. The question now is customs as a revenue gathering point. Well, what can you bring inside of a suitcase? So you will do spot checks. I'm talking about from a revenue standpoint now. Mm-hmm. Some extra set of things which you might sell on the road. But the point is this, we give barrel concessions at Christmas where people bring in a whole heap of things. And in the case of this year, it run from the 1st of May. No, because of the even before burial, 1st of July, sorry. So there, more and more the customs appreciate, have very sophisticated management systems for the management of risks. Always, however, customs and the airport authorities, in working hand in glove, must know that they do not have a suicide pact. They have to cooperate with one another. And there are protocols of cooperation to make sure everything goes in a reasonable manner. It is true that I covered in there many sins of commission and omission. But I'm talking about the framework, which is to deal with that particular matter efficaciously. Because when a woman travels 5 hours, comes from New York City, from JFK, he or she wants little hassle at immigration and little at customs. Of course, there are border control issues, and everybody has to function in a reasonable manner. And sophisticated travelers know what is reasonable and what is unreasonable. Of course, there are some persons who don't mind subjecting themselves to interrogation about something by American security at JFK or in Miami or British in the UK. But if somebody asks them a question in St. Vincent, it's a different story. So, but we also have to make sure that we abide by the requisite international regulations, especially for persons who are leaving here. It is critical that the people who deal with the security have to be properly trained, They go through a particular training program. And the entry qualification to the training program is much higher than what it was. In times gone by, the world is changing. And although the relevant American agency, the TSA, the Transport and Safety Administration in the United States, while they don't have any jurisdiction over us, when they turn up to investigate, to audit us, they can't tell us what to do or not to do. They can advise, but they will then tell American Airlines or Delta that the security screening processes in this or that airport, they're not up to scratch. And therefore, that may well affect insurance issues. It may affect even the airline coming and so on. So that it's a highly sophisticated system. Airport management now in all the dimensions, including the security, something which has always been important, but since 9/11 in 2001, the thing has gone.
So generally, Greaves, are you aware? Do you know when that person comes for? Do you know when?
Yes,
or did you just
they normally inform us
Okay.
and give us notice that they're coming to do the audits.
Okay.
Sometimes,
The traffic I have noticed I've been going to
By the
AIA.
way, I must say, since we have been operating AIA, they have always been they've found that we have done our work
Yes.
commendably.
That's-
And wherever they think that we fall for best practice, that they will give some practical guidance as to how this could be done. I consider the visit by the TSA to be of great significance.
Yes.
How often?
Normally, it's not scheduled. It's whenever they would like to. But we've had one this year. We had one earlier this year.
Okay.
We had a few findings. We call them like findings and things that they give you a time. They ask you when can you have this corrected, and they would follow up. And as long as you do the corrections, they're fine with that. But we've been performing really well in these audits.
The other thing is this, I want to say. I don't know about other prime ministers. And the audit team comes from the TSA. I want to be told, and I meet them. So that I treat, they're not As I say, they don't have any jurisdiction over us. But the implications of an unfavorable audit affect people who are employed at Sandals and affect people who are from Greaves, who's selling produce to Sandals and Maya and Beachcombers and so on and so forth. So that it's not a joke business. So I make sure myself that I put aside adequate time to talk to them about what they're doing, what we are doing. And it has always been a very pleasant encounter. And I put aside as much time as they want of me. Because, Joel, it is in our interest.
Greaves, an area of weakness is people, and I myself have observed when I go there to pick up, the traffic is heavy, vehicular. And in fact, a lot of people don't utilize the parking. They park along the road coming in and so on. Is that an area of concern, and is that an area that needs to be given attention? Also, signage is drop that in at the same time. Signage for people leaving the airport and coming to the airport. In fact, a few taxi drivers have raised that with me already.
Right. So to answer your first question, the congestion curbside and on the roadway, yes, it's a concern for us. We try to manage it using our security officers that are stationed curbside, and also the police has a presence there as well. There's traffic police and there's an officer from the airport unit that's Argyle. And they're tasked with ensuring that people don't park along the roadways, that they don't park curbside. And we encourage persons to use the car park. But, it's a challenge when dealing with people in general, and they're not on the importance of keeping the curbside clear. The car park is supposed to be another one of our revenue streams, but because persons aren't using it, that's an area that we would have to improve on.
Can there be closer collaboration with the police, traffic police?
There's a traffic police presence at the airport.
No, for those who park along the road.
Well, we have had discussions with the police force, and they support at times.
If persons are not paying as close attention to the rules there, we probably have to clamp people and put the regulations in place. I say something though, Josette. I raised it before. I raised it with you and I raised it with the chairman. The workers at AIA go and occupy what I consider, and what any person will consider, to be the premier parking positions, those which are closest to the exit of the car park. As you come in. Now, if you come there and you have 2 suitcases, and you have to walk from far, and is how many workers you have? 300? 400 and some, 420, no. That was 300 and something, 420 something, no. And how many have cars?
A lot.
Well, that's the point. I'm talking a practical matter. You come in there in mornings, you get in. Isn't a parking perk they have?
Yes.
Good. You get a parking perk. You're going to work 8 hours a day. Well, park your vehicle a little further down, leave those which are closest to where the passengers have to come off. Joel, I'm just talking as an observation. So there are things which internally we could address too. And I'm hope that I raised this, that the workers who are there, whom we love dearly, and I want to see them have, I don't want their perk to be taken away. Though in other places they have to pay for it. But you take the most favored parking positions when you could walk from a little further. Isn't that a reasonable point, Joel?
I think so.
Well, fine.
Yes,
As a passenger.
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 we recently discussed this matter at management, and it's something that we're going to address.
You know,
All right.
The question of signage.
Right. So we're aware of this problem, and right now at one of our companies here, we have some signs that we're making to place along the Windward Highway. Just to say, turn left to the airport and these kinds of normal, regular traffic signs. In addition to that, at the entrance to the airport, just turning off of the Windward Highway, we have something special that we have planned for early next year.
Okay.
Right?
And I hope they're not puny signs because.
No.
Okay,
You
because.
need to see them.
Okay.
Cecil and P. John. This young lady is our first.
Sorry, PM. You mean Miss Greaves?
Miss Greaves.
Okay.
I call her young because she's a young lady.
She is. Yes.
A young lady. Child of our education revolution. She's our first Vincent CEO. I think somebody was there for a minimal time, Sean, but you're the real substantive first Vincent CEO. I want, and incidentally, her immediate producers, about one, is now the CEO of the airport in Barbados.
Hadley Bone.
Hadley Bone. We have a lot of businesses from overseas here, investors. I'm very happy to see, for instance, that the leadership of Couriers, which is a big regional company, is local here. This doesn't mean that you wouldn't have somebody from Barbados or Grenada or somewhere else come, but and we have to see that how much, without us being inbreeding and chauvinistic, as far as practicable, that we have our own nationals occupying senior positions in the private sector, even of regional companies. In the Musty company, for international companies, Musty companies is the shareholders of that company are quote unquote aliens under the within the meaning of the Alien Landholding License Act. But the financial controller is a Vincentian, Stephen Joachim. And the deputy financial controller, the number 2 person there, is Sabrina Brewster Dixon from South Rivers, married to Dixon, who is at Couriers. Now, it's important that public policy articulates these kinds of positions, say, without being narrowly chauvinistic, because you can have inbreeding, but persons increasingly who hold these positions can hold positions like these regionally or even globally because they have a wide regional and global perspective. I can say this, and the Musty company quite understood when they wanted to hire a financial controller, and they were looking Of course, Stephen was there. And the guiding rule all the time, well, if you want somebody else other than that person, justify it to me. I'm not telling you you can't, we're not going to give you a work permit, but the policy helps too. Now, just think of this. The financial controller of arguably the richest company operating in St. Vincent, the Musty Company, Joel, it's arguably, has as his financial controller a Vincentian gentleman who's older than the deputy financial controller by, I don't know, Stephen, probably older than her by a dozen or more years.
Yeah, 20.
By 20 years. Okay, fine. I'm being generous to Stephen. And I don't think he or the Musty Company would mind me saying this. But the deputy financial controller is a young Vincentian, young black woman from South Providence, a child of the education revolution, of a company owned and controlled by billionaires and millionaires, mainly from the United Kingdom, Europe, North America. No, this is a remarkable story. In all of the discussions which take place, of course, the CEO is an Englishman from Britain. But Joel, this is something which, as a matter of policy and practice, we should be happy about. And I'm hoping more and more that we see all of these things taking place. Not to lock out persons from elsewhere, but where we can fill these positions, we encourage those who are investing. And those who are investing, it's cheaper for them, you know, because it costs them less in terms of location, the type of allowances, etc., additional things. That's a big story in itself, and it's part of the maturation of our society and the increasing modernization and sophistication of our society. I don't know if you agree with me, Joel.
Yeah.
Prime
And to be
Minister
expanded.
And to be
Greaves,
expanded.
Yeah.
And to be expanded.
Yeah, we want to have some interaction with the public. So I'm going to open up and ask people, if they are listening, to give us a call, 457-9997. You can call us directly or WhatsApp by that number, or send us a message. And I have a few messages to read, but you have to.
I want to just direct a question to Josette. December the 7th is just a few days away.
Yes.
Well, you take it from there. I don't have to ask a question, any question first.
But hold December 7th. We come back to that. We have a call. Let's take this call. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We have a problem there, so the person may wish to call back. Yes, December 7th.
So on December 7th, which is Saturday coming, we're expecting, American Airlines would be starting their service to Charlotte and to New York on Saturdays. So for the people who like to come out and look at the aircraft on the ground, you would be seeing 3 American Airlines on the apron, each going to a destination in the United States: Miami, New York, and Charlotte.
You mean there would be 3 American Airlines aircraft at the same time?
Around the same time?
Around
Yes.
okay.
Around the same time.
Just in case, to indicate to persons who are listening, Charlotte is in North Carolina. And when you take the sweep for visitors, you come down from North Carolina, New York, Miami. The other big one which we have to try and capture is out of Atlanta, coming down now south to come across. Of course, those from the south come to Miami. But Atlanta is, of course, a major hub. And that is as part of the further expansion.
Prime Minister, seems as if you know something that you want to share with us.
No. I'm just saying that is,
Yeah.
and I want to say to the young people, there is an opportunity in all the allied industries, including persons who want to fly. There's a young man from Park Hill who's right now at flight training school, spoke to me last week. It's an amazing thing which is taking place in the country. And it pains me to hear the kind of backward talk that you get from some persons who always want to dumb down St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to articulate that nothing good is happening in the land of Nazareth. Nothing good coming out of it. And that we are 30 years behind St. Lucia or some ridiculous nonsense like that. I mean, it's just an absurdity.
I was wondering, Prime Minister, the reason why I made that remark a while ago, I was wondering whether or not we can expect another airline coming soon.
Well, Cecil, I always make this point. I told Glenn Bees when he was at Tourism Authority. I tell Carlos that. I tell Annette Mark, who is at the Tourism Authority now. Announcements of routes and airlines, they are the business of the airlines.
Fair enough.
Governments, because they have their own mode of announcement and marketing. What government has to do is, in conjunction with the hotel sector, the tourism sector, with the airport, to see if you can design the most efficacious policy to accommodate optimally the expansion of points from which flights emanate. I think that's the, and if you do something and you manage to negotiate something, you keep that as part of the evolving policy, and at the appropriate time, somebody, whatever airline, puts it up, say, well, they're offering tickets, because usually they have their own mode of doing this, Joel. And I don't feel that any politician should preempt anybody who actually own and market in their airline to do whatever work they want to do. That's my view.
So in the meantime, December 7th is going to be very big. I mean, busy.
So
big and busy.
So in addition to the American Airlines, you may have JetBlue.
Well, on Saturdays.
Oh, no, this is Saturday.
Yes, Saturdays we actually have a New York flight from Caribbean Airlines as well.
But that's in early.
It has already started. I think it started in October.
To arrive and depart when? It's early in the morning
No,
or?
it's afternoon.
In the afternoon as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So
By
yes.
the way, I have to report to the cabinet. On Friday morning, I had a discussion with the leadership of Sunrise Airline from Haiti. They came in.
I met with them as well.
Met with them as well. Incidentally, the world is so small. My daughter, Isis, is married to a Haitian American. And this gentleman, who is the CEO of Sunrise, knows the family. The uncle of my son-in-law, who is a professor at Harvard in medicine, went to school with the CEO of Sunrise. You know, when you move about and so on, the interlocking nature of this kind, indeed the world. It's a big world of 8 billion people, but over a long period of time, you make the range of connections through all kind of purposes, Joel. Family, friendship, business, academia. It's just amazing how it happens.
Prime Minister, at the convention, at your convention speech last week, you made a point that stability is critically important in any country, in any economy. Can you say a bit more about that in context with what's happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines today, even as you're talking about expansion of airlines?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Investors are interested, among other things, in institutional stability, the workings of our state institutions, the parliament, the law courts, the police, all, you know, you have all your democratic and governance institutions. And they're also interested in the activism in the political system, which is stable. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have had a government for the last, same government, ULP government, for the last almost 24 years, almost quarter century, which is a long time, no question about it. But what we have been able to do is during that period of time, ensure the government is stable. As I said, the Prime Minister has not had any time to advise the Governor General to fire any cabinet member. No cabinet members had to resign. And it is very interesting, even as we refresh the government on an ongoing basis. Adriel, like this time, there are persons who are candidates, like for instance, people who are sitting members like Montgomery Hill, who is going voluntarily. Like Frederick Augustus Stevenson, younger than Montgomery, he's doing now 15 years, he's going voluntarily. And this is something which we have been doing since 2001. Mike Brown gave way voluntarily to Cecil. Cess himself did 2 terms. Curtis King. And you, Selman Walters, did it with Saboto. Clayton did it with Camilo. So Louis did it with Maxi, and then Maxi did it with back to Sir Louis, and then to Orlando. Dr. Thompson did it to Carlos James. And what has happened is this. If you notice, René Batiste gave way after 10 years to somebody else. But all of these persons are still in one way or another involved in the state administration. You don't put people with experience and skill out to pasture, so to speak. They have other roles to play. Of course, the persons may say, well, Ralph, You have been there. You haven't given way. Well, you may say that this is a special situation with Ralph. I'm talking objectively speaking. And I will have to give way sometime in the normal course of things. But I think the people in the country recognize that there is great value in stability and continuity, but refreshing all the time. Refreshing, not only in personnel, but in ideas. There are several initiatives I could have talked about this morning, but you mentioned you were talking about culture and sports. And straight off the bat, I could tell you initiatives which are taking place, building upon waves of other initiatives under the government. But when you look at the other side, the opposition in this country, they don't have any initiatives of any credible kind, or they go to things which are inappropriate, like for instance, and counterproductive, like citizenship by investment, or to cut the VAT by 20 percentage points. Now, the only people who are going to benefit from that are the merchants and the supermarket owners, because that remedy is addressing something which is based on wrong analysis. Inflation in this country is overwhelmingly imported. And the fact of the matter is that the tax take, the revenue of the government, as a proportion of gross domestic product, has fallen. People tend to forget that the top rate of income tax, Pijan, when we arrived was 40%. It is now 28%. And that you were able, only the first $12,000 you didn't pay any income tax on. Now the first 25,000 you don't pay any income tax on. Now, the last time when we moved it from 22 to 25,000, Joel, a raising of the threshold by $3,000 annually. That saves a person nearly $1,000 a year. That $3,000 on which you would have been taxed now.
Mm-hmm.
That's money in your pocket. Because, and the issue with the VAT is that most of the basic items are either zero rated, I'm talking foods, or exempt. And a big item like electricity, the first 250 units a month, you pay no VAT on it. And only about 13% of the people in this country, 13 to 15%, pay VAT on electricity. Because 80% of the people in this country don't consume 250 units, more than 250 units a month. So when you say when you reduce the VAT, the electricity is going to be reduced. The electricity price is related largely, the increase, to the increase in the price of fuel, which is related to things outside of our control, the war in Ukraine, manipulation of the fuel market, the energy market, and so on and so forth. And this is where mature consideration has to be given. And that if you take out 1/5 of the VAT, which is $55 million approximately, as sure as the sun rises tomorrow, you'll have to put on a head tax, a nose tax, a mouth tax, a hand tax, and a thumb tax. Whereas that $55 million, the prices are not going to be reduced. The merchants would laugh all the way to the bank. That has been the experience. So that you have to put policies in place which make sense in our type of economy. And you have to pursue measures which are not going to undermine, like for instance, the selling of passport and citizenship, which would embroil us in a series of vagabondry and engender corruption on a scale which, politicians and lawyers and accountants would love it, because there's a lot of money there for them to cream off. But not the ordinary man, not the state either, as we can see as is happening in certain other places. Barring the point too, that selling passports and citizenship, Europe, Britain, North America, the days of that are increasingly numbered.
Greaves, what kind of interaction, what kind of reaction you get from pilots and the staffs as they come in and observe landing and taking off at AIA,
Well,
and also from local taxi drivers and so on. But in turn, if you could just give a
Well, the common consensus is that we have one of the most beautiful landscapes in the Caribbean on approach to the airports. As recent as when we had JetBlue here, they were saying, wow, when they land, they can't believe how beautiful it is. So we have a very good location in terms of that. So when you're landing, you're able to see some of the Grenadine islands, you're able to see the mountains, you're able to see the coastline. So the feedback is always positive.
any from passengers who are coming in.
Yes, likewise. And sometimes when we have a lot of technical people coming through, and that is normally the feedback. It's how beautiful it is. Sometimes people say they feel a little shake here and there when they're just about to land, but that is normal, you know. But passengers are like, they like the facility. They think that it's clean and beautiful. I remember the CEO of Liat saying how beautiful the terminal building is and how clean it is.
Do you have any platform for feedback, official feedback from passengers?
That's a very good question.
From feedback from
Passengers.
Yes.
Right. So right now, they can email us and they can do so via our social media. However, we have a plan to implement little devices throughout the terminal where passengers can give feedback. After they pass check-in, they can tell you how was their experience with the check-in, the agents and the process. After they pass security, they'll be able to tell us, you know, how was it for them? And that will help us to enhance our customer experience at the airport. We're able to capture issues that are happening and address them in a timely manner. So
And this
that's
information can be shared with the tourism authority.
Yes, of course. So that's what be happening. We've located the technology, we've identified it. So this is going to be happening early next year.
You know, one of the things that pleases me is when I see persons either from Europe or North America, other places too, who stand up in front of the painting upstairs of Calvert Williams of Châteauguay. The striking portrait of Châteauguay. And then
He said Calvert Williams.
Calvert Jones, sorry, yes. Williams, Calvert Jones. I'm sorry, Calvert. And then I don't know if it's the Americans take just a delight to show their friends when they go back. They may not know so much about Patrick Manning in the middle of a photograph, but they like to go and take a photograph against the backdrop of Fidel and Chavez. I see it all the time, you know. Of course, those photographs are there not for them to take photographs. I didn't expect that, but because they're there, because we are saying thanks to those three departed brothers, those three departed comrades who helped us greatly. In the same way, we have a plaque for the contribution by the Taiwanese, and we recognize the contribution of other people on an ongoing basis. We should try to get more people to visit the Interpretation Center, because the history there. I mean, I went in Pigeon. I took some people in the other day when I was at the airport. I said, come and see this. They hadn't seen this. Including a couple of young people from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I remember there's a photograph of a military helicopter from Venezuela, which had brought the equipment, for the meteorological equipment to measure the wind and the weather stations. And they came early. I remember being out there, and I think the photograph has me in it. 8 o'clock a Saturday morning or Sunday morning or sometime like that. Venezuela they came from. And the propaganda was they broke whatever station thing they were doing, that Ralph is at the airport receiving guns and ammunition to shoot down people in St. Vincent from Venezuela, because they saw these big boxes. And to tell, you see, but they were the equipment for the airport, you know, for the studies. And they continue to beat this thing over and over. Young people don't know, and some others who know forget all these things, you know. And it is very good to go through that interpretation center to see the history, how this thing grew from the time I went in the first bulldozer on the 13th of August, 2008, and people forget.
But you know, Prime Minister, a lot of people don't know where the interpretation center is actually located now.
Yes.
So maybe it might be a good thing to tell them
To
to say
advertise
where
it
it is.
more.
Yes, because a lot of people don't know of
And
its
people who come and hang around, they come a little early. They could spend a 10 minutes and go inside of it, you know.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful set of photographs, and also there's information online.
And yeah, people in the photos with black hair and so on. Just say.
Yes, my hair was a little black. You know. Yes.
But any comment, reaction from local users, taxi drivers, taxi operators, I should say, really, and other people from the public even?
Yeah, the public is normally, well, one of the major things that people would normally say has to do with the food offerings at the airports. And as you're aware, we only have one restaurant currently. However, early next year, maybe before the end of the year, it's possible to have one of them on, but we're going to have another kitchen being opened at the departure lounge, another restaurant, and a coffee shop.
Yeah, because a number of people ask about coffee shop.
So right now you would see that the area is cordoned off, corded off, because they're going to start doing some work there to outfit the areas. The taxi, we have the airport has a taxi association, right? So these are the airport's authorized taxi men. this year we made some changes to the lineup, and initially they weren't too happy about it, but we were able to work that out, and so far so good. There you can always see Kingsley and the guys are sitting on the side on curbside, and they would tell you exactly how they feel about things when they see something that needs to be addressed. That they would tell you when you're doing something that's good that they like. They would also tell you. So, and we're happy to have them.
So they're involved in the whole.
Yes,
They're involved.
we consider them a part of the AIA family.
Yes.
You know,
Okay.
You know,
right?
I would say this. I know quite well the restaurateur who operates the facility. And that was the only restaurateur who was prepared to invest from the beginning. Because a regional entity, for instance, was told that, okay, you can perhaps have the ground handling, but if you have the ground handling, you'd also have to have the restaurant. And they said, well, they can do the ground handling for about maybe 4 or 5 years, and then they can consider the restaurant, because they know that whoever was operating the restaurant from the beginning has to have a love for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because you make no money from it. You have to equip it, and you can't recoup your capital costs. And then you can't even, you have to subsidize it from another source. You know, if you had another restaurant, because the point is this: not only you started first, as soon as you start, Liat is out of the sky. There's COVID, there's the volcanic eruption, and of course, as the number of flights increase, obviously there would be persons who would be interested in saying, well, no, the thing look as though it may make $1. But the persons who first decided to get involved and to stay the whole distance so that you could have a facility there, I can tell you it has been something of great sacrifice on their part.
If I may just add directed to Josette Greaves, is that this is a problem that I find with state enterprises, that you have a tenant, and sometimes the state enterprise does not give consideration to the profitability of the business, and they set a rate of a rental rate and say, okay, that's it, I want $3 a square foot per month or $4, regardless of what they may, and then say, okay, if I can't pay you because of whatever reason, well, sorry, too bad about your business. And I think that's why sometimes we have to give consideration to the profitability of the tenancy or the tenant as you go along. And then because sometimes you don't make any returns for 3, 4, 5 years.
I agree. This management is very mindful of that. Last year, something actually happened, like close to what you're saying, where the cost for rent went up. And when we looked at it, we had to overturn that decision, because when you looked at the profitability and having our concessionaires, the interest of our concessionaires at heart, we had to reduce the rate again. So you're right, and we have that consideration. It's important to us that our concessionaires are profitable, because that is how they're able to pay us.
Exactly.
They just all they have to do is just give them their accounts,
Yeah.
give them their audited statements, and they will see what
And
the
you'll see what's
story
going
is.
on.
Something that is done in concession, non-commercial activity at airports, is that the concessionaire would normally have to provide yearly accounting on their sales to the airport authority and pay them a percentage of their profits. We're not doing that right now. We don't believe that we have the numbers yet.
You wouldn't get any money.
And we're trying to support our concessionaires.
Talking about not having the numbers yet, how does the operation of the and the existence of the AIA look going forward? Is it encouraging? Is
Yes,
it positive?
it's very optimistic,
Yes.
I would believe. At the beginning of this year, and when you heard about how many airlines we were getting and all the activities that were going to happen through the year, we knew that it would have been a good year. The projections are the results, they're right on, spot on with our projections. Next year, we think that we're going to do even better as the Grenadines recover from Beryl and the tourism picks up there once again. We would have to channel. I mean, a lot of people fly.
That's a very important point. Let me just explain this. What you take, for instance, you may look at Palm Island and Petit St. Vincent, Palm Island, for instance, but a lot of visitors come from Britain to Palm Island, and therefore the recovery at Palm Island is important to Virgin's numbers.
And Prime Minister,
A specific niche like that.
while you're at it, I don't know if you
Am I speaking out of turn there, or am I correct?
You're absolutely correct.
What is the schedule, Prime Minister, any idea in terms of when will Canaan Airport, Jetport, and Union, when are they likely to be up and going again?
Well, Canaan is they're open for business.
Okay.
The terminal is pretty much back up.
This events, we need to do something.
We have a discussion going on with the developers.
Okay.
I must say that we have not found the developers in the north to be proceeding in a manner which delivers the benefits of the development in the north to the people of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have hardly had any land sales for the undeveloped land since 2016, from which you made money. There's dissatisfaction among the villagers. There's dissatisfaction from the homeowners in the north. There's dissatisfaction from the government. Let me put it. And that airport was opened in 2007. It has suffered some damage. Beryl, for instance, affected certain areas. We had been, even before Beryl, and I'm talking the city fences and the runway. We've gone to the CDB about a loan to do the development of the redevelopment of the airport. Strengthen it, expand it, modernize it further, and the like. The design arising from the consultancy is a number around $40 million US. It costs us $20 million to build it. You're talking now twice that amount to improve it, extend it, and some new facilities. Obviously, there's some things in it which we will excise. We have to have a partnership with the developers in the north and in the south in relation to this thing, because the $40 million expansion is just in the circumstances which I've just described would be problematic, that degree of investment by the state, Joel. Though we have to do things with it. And there's a conversation which had started and we broke. There's a conversation which is restarting now to see, which, for instance, there was a submission of a proposal which was so absurd that I had to reject it completely outright. So there are lots of things background in that, but in fact, on my desk at the residence, I have the designs and so on and so forth, and I'm hoping that this new round of discussion with the developers, or possible round of discussion with the new developers, because I wouldn't say there's a discussion yet. There are tentative approaches to a discussion. I'm dissatisfied with what is happening with the investor in the north. I've said so in Parliament, and I'm repeating it here. I don't want to go into details because you still hope to build partnerships. But there are certain things which can't last. Well, there are certain things that don't last forever. Let me just say that. So that's there. In Union, the terminal building is finished. I went to the Taiwanese and said to them, I'd like you to provide me with a grant to do the runway. You had done it. We had borrowed money from you originally, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to do the runway. But to do the whole development of that airport, now we're in a difficult situation. We'd like you to help. Taiwan has been helpful. They had OECC take a look at it. I was told a number. I haven't seen the details of the analysis. I've been given a summary number, and I'd like to interrogate that number. And I'm to meet, hopefully, I'll meet the Taiwanese ambassador sometime in the next couple of days. I have to go to Dominica tomorrow to do a speech tomorrow night, but I come back on Tuesday morning. And then Wednesday evening, I have to go to London on my way to Qatar. While we're doing all the preparation of the budget, it's a hectic schedule. It's not an easy time with my time.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a program. In other words, for each of them, there's a program. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. It's not a question that you drop down your hands, there's nothing happening. But there are different order of problems. But we've dealt with the terminal buildings. In Canawan and in Union, Ian Weiss has been very helpful. The Gombolimbo group, mm-hmm. They have been very helpful in the refurbishing of the terminal buildings. Some work. Because those buildings were badly affected. The state obviously has been involved too, but I have to pay tribute to and say thanks to Mr. Weiss, who is a homeowner in Canawan. Wealthy homeowner in Canawan. And incidentally, and P. John, you may wish to research this as a historian, Weiss purchased an island in northwest Scotland called Tanera, Tanera. Tanara, and two little islands around it, part of what I call the Summer Isles. Tanara has an old connection with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Tanara used to be the place where in the late 18th century and throughout the 19th and early 20th century, which provided smoked herring to several Caribbean countries, including St. Vincent. I went there. And there's a vessel called St. Vincent, which was in 1910, this one, which was one of the herring vessels. Of course, the industry went the way of all flesh. The Norwegians put them out of business, and so on and so competitiveness. He's trying to develop that island in a special touristic way. But I went there because 20-something Romanian and Scottish workers are in Union Island and the Canawan, courtesy of the Gumbalimba group. And Ian Wace wanted me to address the Scottish and Romanian workers, 100 and something of them, who are doing the work on Tanara Island, to get volunteers from them when this current lot go back on the 15th of December, to get a new batch come in from the 15th of January to help us in the reconstruction, and they're doing fantastic work. Incidentally, when I was away recently in England, and I met the minister responsible for the Caribbean and Latin America, the foreign secretary and the prime minister were in Baku in dealing with the conference of parties under the climate change issues. Hope the next time when I pass through London, I could get to see the foreign minister. But I want him, seeing if I can get from the British government some workers from the Army, Navy, where we contribute quite a lot, who have construction skills to come and help us in the reconstruction in St. Vincent and Grenadines, especially Union, Canawan, Myra to pay for them, and so on and so forth. Because the shortage of labor, skilled labor, and people in technologies, with building technologies, affecting the program in housing. We have about arising out of Soufre, some remnants from that, burial and since burial. We have about 6,000 houses, different levels, from levels 1 to levels 4, from not severe to very severe, including destruction. We have done, the burial number is about 4,993. And we have done we have addressed over 2,000 already in the first 5 months, which is not bad, largely levels 1 and 2. Like, if we look at the list, which are those where you have ongoing work, self-help, and completed works, and works which are contracted to be done, 2,000 and something. The biggest numbers in constituencies where in those categories, North Windward is 176, North Central 167, West St. George and East St. George are 163 each, West Kingston 127, South Leeward 159, South Windward is 119, Maracay is 124, Central Leeward is 159, North Leeward is 176, Northern Grenadines is 145, Southern Grenadines 175, plus those which involve was Wace himself, Wace's organization has done. So we made tremendous progress, but we have. We need more manpower and clearly more resources, but money and we have taken on a task that is as the government to help persons who have had their houses damaged or destroyed. Of course, those who can afford to, we expect them to do their own, and we can help them somewhat. Of course, there's some people who are just waiting to see what we will do, and every back wall now which is to be built is the government. So you go and build a house on a most improbable place at the most improbable place, and you build the house for $150,000, but you want a back wall for $200,000. And you want the government to build that for you. That cannot be a reasonable proposition. You know what I mean? So you have some in this thing, you're having some satisfactions and you're having some dissatisfactions. But it is life and living. But we are the only country, the only government that I know in the world that has attempted to take on a task like this. Not even the great United States of America. You take Katrina, for instance, in New Orleans. There are people after 15, 17 years living in their motor vehicles and living in caravans, and pigeon. But I thought I'd raise the Tanara issue so that maybe you guys can do some further historical research as to the linkage. I remember as a boy, by my mother's shop, youngster, teenager, you had these wooden crates,
Yeah.
with smoke herring with the smoke herring in them. You're too young to know that, Josette. And some of those came from Tanara.
I just saw that it's actually 3.1 square kilometers, which is actually smaller than like Beckway or something like that.
Well, Tanara itself is about 800 acres of land. And the other islands around me, I think Mr. Weiss has just over 1,000 acres. You know, it's but you know, he grew up part of his time in Trinidad, in Maraval. You know, he has connections with the Caribbean, though he's British from his grandfather.
All right, so we have a few minutes remaining, Prime Minister Greaves. We're going to again open up for people who may have questions. We haven't had too many calls yet, but we're going to open up again. 457-9997 is the number. That's also the WhatsApp number, and you can send us a message there. In fact, a few messages have come in since we were on, but you have a call. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Good afternoon.
Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Yes, good afternoon. Sorry. My name is Timothy Cyrus. I pay attention to the program every Sunday, and I like the general discussion you're having and seeing that I want to get to the point first. My point is, seeing that you have somewhat development and somewhat plane coming, are we have any room for another air bridge or expansion? Because you see build it and they will come, and now they're coming. You do want, a backlog. So then I would like to know from the PMR who in charge of the airport if you have any room for expansion. And Mr. PM, next thing, you're going to London. Let us please ask for some public transportation, because the elderly people get a problem to get the goods in the van. And the van in that case for the older people. So Mr. PM, I beg you, please let us get public transportation in order to move backward and forward. The van driver will still get the money.
All right, Timothy. Thanks for your questions, and we want the PM to answer.
Yes.
All right, thanks for calling.
Yes. In relation to the vehicles, we have, I think, 4 or 5 small vehicles. I think they're 9-seaters, which they're supposed to deliver them, but at different places across the country to to facilitate to help the elderly folk. But we obviously need more. This is just a start.
And PM, those are exclusively for elderly folk.
Yes, because they're specially designed
Yes,
vehicles. We got them through the Japanese.
Okay.
And then in relation, we're not thinking about doing an air bridge immediately, just as Josette said. We will want to see how the comprehensive alterations in taking into account to the volume of the traffic. If 3 planes were to come at the same time, and 2 of them using the jet bridges, one of them would just have to use the stairs. And they appreciate that. I mean, we have enough space on the apron for that, but you wouldn't want to just tack on an air bridge. And as I say, the air bridges at the time when we had those 2 was $1 million US a piece. I don't know. I'm sure there would be more now. And then when you reconfigure it, so you'd have to. You just don't put a bridge. The bridge has to enter the building. You have to break with the building. You have what you're dealing with there. Where can you put that? That involves certain structural arrangements. So it's not a question of just tacking it on. It's a more complicated engineering matter than on the face of it. But I'm very glad that there are persons who are thinking and appreciating what we have done and what we still have to do. As I said in my convention speech, there's plenty of work still to do. We ain't reached Mount Zion yet.
There are some comments, messages via WhatsApp. I want to begin reading some of them. This person saying, good morning all. A simpler periodic patrol and ticketing will help to solve the issue. That's when we were talking about
Yes,
traffic.
makes sense.
The person's also saying that designated employee parking needs to be issued as well. They are simple. Well, that's what the person suggests.
I think the person is quite correct. But one of the things is this, Cecil, I can wager that there are some people, because they feel that they have a quote-unquote privilege for 7 years, from 2017 to now, that they could park anywhere they want inside of the car park. That if you ask for some reasonableness, that some are going to be unreasonable. But I am quite sure that the bulk of the workers out at Argyle are going to be reasonable, because I don't know which international airport the workers can go and take the premium spots and get them for free. I would like somebody to tell me where. Josette, you have to tell me where. I don't know. You're the hefe. But I'm just raising it. I'm not raising it in any provocative or hostile manner, because I said I don't want to see persons lose a perk. Yeah.
We have a call coming in. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Good afternoon.
Hey there. Talking about the airport, I wanted to talk about 2 issues in terms of the parking. The first one is that
in terms of
when people, the parking.
Okay.
I think the pay system was causing a lot of people to not wanting to use the parking, because when people come pick me up, that's the issue, that they have to go inside the building and pay, then come outside because they only have X amount of time to pay and get out of the parking lot.
Clearly, you're quite right. That's an archaic system that has to be sorted out. I mean, we're living in a modern world. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So the next one.
Well, Josette could talk about the solution.
Yeah, that is something that we have been discussing, and we're aware of the challenges So we've identified a technology as well that would assist with this, where persons would be able to pay at the car park itself, and they will have to come inside the terminal. We also need that space in the terminal for other revenue earning
Exactly.
things. So it's in our interest to deal with this particular issue promptly.
And
Well,
the other
Kojo?
one is the other one is more internal. I think you're parking for your workers. I think you need to create a designated space for them to park. If you need to park in prime spot, why consider prime spot ways like the front of the building and all that kind of stuff? You need to pay for that. Not you can't have the prime spot for free. Personally, I think
All right, Kojo.
no, for real.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my thing.
All right. Thanks for calling. Have a good day. Yes.
Can you
Well-
have parking elsewhere for staff? I mean, there is a little bit removed from the central parking area, and I have a little shuttle that you can take staff to and from.
That is something we'd have to look at closely and find a solution to this problem.
Because
But in the short term, I think that we can encourage staff to park at the back, closer to the road, and leave the front areas for passengers. In the short term, but long term, we definitely have to look at something.
Somebody making a suggestion here. Somebody representing Jen's business account. I know who the person is, but the person didn't give permission to call her name. Saying, "Good afternoon, Cecil and friends. I just wanted to thank the Prime Minister for drawing some attention to the Interpretation Center at AIA. So much history is there in it, in a put together center, and it is heartbreaking that Vincentians have no knowledge of it. It grieves me every time I pass through the airport and that place is locked up. There was too much time and money invested there for it not to be utilized."
Amen.
I believe that person was intimately involved in putting the interpretation center
Sounds
together.
so.
So, as a takeaway from this sit down, I would place some attention on this.
All right. Okay.
the thing is too, that after you check in, and then the next thing that you really want to do is go through immigration and so on. So the
Exactly.
interpretation center is beyond that area to go into immigration.
Yes.
But the thing is this: there are persons who come to wait on passengers, and very often to see passengers off. Passengers will check in. I've noticed they go in fairly early, and they hang around with their friends. And at that time, they can go inside if there's a process to encourage them to go inside.
Yes.
I don't think it will become a flood, but a trickle over time would have more and more people talking about it, and people will no doubt go inside there and take photographs with their cell phones and put it on their own Facebook page and so on and so forth. Because as far as I know, there are no copyright limitations.
This person saying, "I'm a frequent traveler and I love to compare things. In USA, at Kings County, they have staff rate."
Kings County Hospital.
Which is, I presume she
Yes.
means, I don't know what.
Yes.
So I guess that's a further suggestion.
Well,
And
I tell you something. The issue is that you have had a perk for 7 years. When you're requesting a payment, it may become problematic immediately. But I think everybody most people will be reasonable about it, and it is good that this issue is ventilated. I believe it's the first time it has been ventilated on air. With both the chief executive officer and the
The overall chief.
and the head of
the paramount chief.
and the head of the government. And I didn't raise it. I didn't raise it to offend anybody or to stir up a hornet's nest. But it's time we sort it out.
This person is,
go
we
ahead.
have a few more. This person is asking, with all the additional flights, which can possibly be on the ground at the same time, do we have adequate space for passengers' departure and arrival? Are there any plans for short-term expansion? I think you're interested.
Yeah, the person probably came on late.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
we spoke
answer
about
is
the
yes.
arrival. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
With short term, let me just mention where you would notice there's a gap. We have the check-in counters and there's a gap. So we're going to fill that gap with 2 additional counters. So we're opening 2 additional counters in that area. And the short-term fixes would have to be procedural efficiencies. So ensure that the passengers are checked through quickly, security scanning is done quickly, immigration process is seamless, and that would help the flow of the passengers through. The departure lounge, I've seen is filled to capacity. I've seen people standing around, but as long as the flights remain on time and we're efficient, that's how we would have to deal with that problem in the short term. In the long term, it would have to be through after we've done the master's plan study.
We have a call online. Let's just good.
Cecil, it's amazing, eh?
Hello.
Just hold a minute, caller.
To put a time series discussion on this. We were in a phase where people are saying that it can't be done. It's impossible. Ralph is a crazy man. And when it's done, they say it's a white elephant. Now the discussion is that we have to expand it. What an amazing story. Eh?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the program.
Hello, good afternoon. Mr. Prime Minister.
Yes, my brother.
Hello.
That sounds like Carlisle.
Carlisle Dugan.
Oh man, I only had to hear a few words.
I'm still around. As you know, to me, you remain one of the political wonders of the world. To me, you still remain that. And you've done so much wonders here. But to me, I am so impressed. I wish you can continue for a long time yet, but you know, time takes a hold of all of us. I am now 85 years, still looking on, but I am so impressed, Prime Minister, where you have brought this country from to where it is. I continue to speak about this, and I think and wish you all the best for the future. There's somewhere else, and I think so. I think, you know, I've been with you since 1973. Remember when we got together with the UPM?
Yes, man.
I saw from early the promise of Ralph Gonsalves as a leader. And I saw the work ethic. I saw the brilliant mind God has given you. And so it has benefited. To God, I continue to pray that you could go a little further. I am now an independent. I've always been independent of thought. You know, if my own party, which I supported over the years, seemed to have ignored me and what I had to say. But I am so impressed what you have done. And how can I go on and on to repeat, man? I'm so proud of you, Chief, and what you've done.
I appreciate, and I have learned a lot from you, Carlisle. Listen to you over the years, even at times when we disagree, but we have never disagreed with rancor, and we have always had a very good and close friendship and love for each other. And I've learned a lot from you as a lawyer professionally. I mean, when I came to the bar, the giant at the criminal bar was C. Duggan. And I've learned a lot from you in cricket. I can still see the dashing batsman with the handkerchief around his neck. You know, Carlisle, just last week, I was telling Camilo, I asked Camilo, I say, when last brethren Carlisle? I say, I have to go for him, you know, and I say, if you see him, tell him I gotta come and look for him. Because you were. It came up first of all as a joke because I saw, well, a joke with something. I saw the PMs. I came back from overseas and saw a report. PM 11 bowled out for 14 runs. I thought it was 114. I thought it was 140. But when I read the thing, I said, man, I said, is the days when persons like Carlisle used to play, we haven't retired and so on. I said, we would not have been embarrassed like this. And then I said, I had to consider brethren. I remember you very fondly and with love. I want to tell you that publicly. And I'll come and look for you, my man.
So long ago, I've been wondering, particularly when the big wall broke down up here at BBC. I thought you might have visited, but I know the busy schedule that you have.
And I got reports on it. I got reports on it. And I really want to come and look for you. All right, my brother.
Well, tremendous, man. I'll be grateful for this.
And thanks for all what you said this morning. I appreciate it greatly.
Man, where you got this God-given brain from is beyond me. Where you got things documented and written down on paper, how do you remember all these details? I don't know. It's just a God-given gift you have. I've seen the country benefit. I don't know how much longer you can go on, but for heaven's sake, you have done your part.
I appreciate. I appreciate greatly coming from you, Carl. I appreciate it deeply.
Maybe I think you have gone just beyond to be Greaves Mitchell now in terms of leadership. This is what we want in this country. This is what we've had over the past few years. One of your tremendous admirers. You have been tremendous.
Thank you very much.
All the very best.
Love you, my brother. God bless you.
Continue for a little while.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
And thank you very much for calling.
Thank you, Private. Thank you, Mr. Private.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
All right, then. Have a good day. Mm-hmm.
You know, he was a fine batsman, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
In addition to being a tremendous criminal lawyer. And he had a good hand as Attorney General. He was our ambassador, High Commissioner to London. And not a man of malice. Never, never, never. Well, none of the Duggans really. They have been blessed in this particular way.
Yeah. A comment, a message from Carlos Williams Beckway. He's saying, PM, in relation to a point you raised before, he said Beckway cards distribution were done on Friday last.
Oh, you did the cards?
About 100 cards distributed so far.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Carlos. The Cecil had sent me this information, and it didn't have that Beckway was being done on Friday, but that's very good. She had showed me a list earlier, and she told me that she had to have them expedited. For anybody who should be on and didn't get a card, you can, once legitimately you should be on, you will get the card. As you will appreciate, to get all the names of persons who are eligible, Joel, is a difficult task. And you have to cross-reference to make sure that there's not a double dipping on different programs which you may have. And then some people have different names. And somebody in the field may give a name, but that's not the name on the ID card. And there have to be all kind of different reconciliation. Sometimes people think that these things are very easy to be done. And then, of course, the bank has to do this. Now, let it be known and seen that Beckway, which is a seat, part of the Northern Grenadines, or which is represented for years by the opposition, that they're the first people to have gotten cards. I just want, and each of those cards would have had $1,200.
Yeah.
600 for October, 600 for November, in accordance with the promise which I made in my speech on Independence Day. I just want that to be registered. But and as I said, there are about 4,000 or so more of those coming through social mobilization. And then there's this large number which I talked about earlier, 5,654 for farmers, farm workers, fishers, their crew, and the like. So in addition to the production support, there's income support. It's a remarkable story. And let me say this. All of this comes through the supplementary estimates and supplementary appropriation bill, just passed in the House within 2.5 weeks of burial. And then we had to do all the preparation. And this money comes out of the 1 percentage point from the VAT that we set aside for the contingency fund, which you may recall that the opposition opposed us when we increased the VAT by 1 percentage point to set aside. And one opposition member put his hand and he said, "Mother work. Poor people going to suffer more." I said, this is a fund for the poor, for the marginalized, because they're the ones who, in a natural disaster, will suffer. And I want everybody to remember this. The way the fund is set up, and we have a law on it, we can't go into that fund unless a natural disaster is declared under the National Emergency Management Act. If persons would remember, at 6:42 on the 30th of June, when burial was almost upon us, I was speaking. And when I give all the details, and I said, accordingly, I hereby declare under the National Emergency Management Act, section so and so, a natural disaster is impending. That is to trigger. That is the trigger to go to the contingency fund. And within days of that declaration orally, at the most convenient point, it was reduced into writing and published in the Gazette. That is how an orderly government functions. And that is how you set up things. And it's beyond me that sensible people will oppose something like when we are setting up the contingency fund and the funding of it. And that is why I want to have another source for the cat DDO. So what we did on Thursday will help with getting the cat DDO. This year, we're borrowing that money from the World Bank, 20 million US. But that is what the opposition wanted us to postpone. And they had a bill for 6 days. That's the only thing they had. A bill of 30 sections. That's all, 30 sections and 3 schedules. Anybody who is of mature temper and who literate can read it and understand it in an hour. And if you want to go and study it in detail afterwards, Pijan, for further hour, 2 hours, you want to tell me where you getting paid for? That's the only bill you had to prepare to read. You want me to postpone it?
We have a few more minutes. We can go a few more minutes. I want to say I've had the permission of management, particularly Williams, that whenever the PM is on, we can go on. We have brought her.
So there's an incentive to have Ralph on.
Now you see what we brought you on with Josette. Josette, how you don't mind?
Yeah.
Yes, Pigeon.
I haven't heard any public comment from you on the allegedly plane that landed in Canavan
okay.
and searched by the police.
Okay. I got a report both from the commissioner and from the director of civil aviation, Mrs. Bess. So both from an civil aviation standpoint and a security standpoint, this plane departed to St. Vincent from Dominican Republic. We had the intelligence that the plane was coming. The intelligence suggested that it was bound for Argyle. But that might have been an error in the source of the intelligence. So when we knew that it was going to Canavan, the security forces were mobilized. And 2 or 3 of the persons on the plane had reservations to stay at Soho House, I was advised, in Canavan. But the plane touched by the security forces, and nothing came off from the plane and nothing went onto the plane. It may well be that something was to go on. I don't know. It may be possible. You can't be 100% sure about this thing, that there may be compartments which nobody searched. And you don't have a canine unit to sniff. But if that's the case, that is somebody else's challenge somewhere else. But importantly, nothing came off and nothing went on.
You could say what triggered the search?
We received intelligence that this aircraft was coming. It is a similar type of aircraft, that one which had come some time ago, and that the intelligence suggested that it may be something that we may need to look at carefully, and the police acted accordingly. The commissioner gave the requisite instructions, and they didn't leave the same day, because they had to stay overnight and because they couldn't leave after a particular hour. And it was always under security surveillance.
So they came for one night? Okay.
Some other comments and questions, PM. Ask PM to comment on the dogs at the school in Argyle.
Yes. This is a problem which the Ministry of Agriculture and Public Health is seeking to deal with.
Sorry, PM. Actually, the person suggesting, shouldn't the police shoot them as well? Just in terms of...
Well, the dogs bill, which we just passed, wouldn't permit us to destroy them like that. They have to go through a particular process. But there's a requirement for controls. And I've been advised that they're going to be enhanced controls. One of the things, though, is that some students are feeding the dogs, and they will come there. Once you're feeding them, they will come back.
Mhm.
So it's a many-sided issue which we are seeking to deal with.
Greaves, this one is for you. Somebody's saying here, can the AIA management stop taking away our strong rum?
No, we cannot. We're doing it for your own safety.
I've been advised that the strong rum is so flammable. meaning that you put it in your suitcase, it's more likely the thing could blow up.
Yes.
That is what that's what I've been told. It's a very strange thing, when I was anytime since before I became Prime Minister, people would ask me for several things. They want me to bring strong rum, alcolado, limacal, roast breadfruit. Well, because I'm not a barley man, I haven't had many requests for blackfish. Though, of course, persons have asked me, but I'm not a blackfish eater. I'm told that it is very nice. You eat it, Pijan?
Yes.
Yes. Is it nice?
Very good.
But you have to be careful in taking anything, of course, for anybody, these days.
Absolutely.
Another question, another comment. It's a good afternoon to Prime Minister, CEO, and panel. This is Ricardo Drayton, Director of Caribbean Aviation, TBA, Vincent Aviation. We are clients and operate at AIA and Canavan. We also operate SkyMax, air charter airline registered in the USA and operating in the Caribbean. I believe that aviation in SVG has great potential. My question is, how can locals contribute and participate more to help make this industry stronger and more sustainable? And he says here, I'm overseas, was trying to call.
Yeah. Well, the Josette can reply in terms of actually currently what can be what is being done and where they can improve there. The truth of the matter is this: there are several areas of activities. Let's take, for instance, a lounge, a special lounge for passengers who are prepared to pay for a special lounge, or in addition to that, what is called an FBO, a fixed base operation, which handles in a particular area private jets and other things like that for particular fees. They're connected but separate. For particular types of services to be delivered to private aircraft, and some of that, of course, Richard Drayton does. But he will know in his business a number of other areas where we can do that. There is, you will see that there's a hangar which is deteriorating. it was for the airline which had started with Reggie Adams and Everett Best, One Caribbean. And I've been advised that some of the entity wants to make use of that particular space. So there's scope for things on that side. On the seaward side, we have a lot of space to do other things too. For additional services. But the government is certainly, from a broad policy standpoint, would encourage all of this, so long as it is consistent with what the management of the airport considers to be proper in all the circumstances, and to have an investment which is bona fide and which can add value and which can bring returns for everybody, the investors and naturally for the airport.
This person saying, how are the efforts?
Is that a fair statement broadly of the policy? Yeah.
This person is asking, how are the efforts with non-aeronautical revenue regarding marketing at AIA?
Well, this year in particular, we saw growth in that area as well. For example, if I could give you some figures, we grew from just car park rental revenue from that. We grew from $19,000 a year to $88,000 this year. We're opening new concession shops in the airport. There are two areas in particular. One, inbound at the baggage hall. That's supposed to be, it's going to be opened next year. Also, next to where Caribbeans will be setting up their coffee shop, there's another concession space. Advertising, we grew as well in the revenue from advertising. And then we're opening, as the Prime Minister said, a CIP lounge, a commercially important person lounge, a business class lounge. So we grew this year, and the projections for next year would be more growth in that area. I think we're doing very well on that front.
This lounge is, well, often primarily for departing
Passengers, correct.
There was actually an open space in the departure lounge. I think there was somewhere where you have the bar, and there's a door towards the southeastern side. It was an open area, and it was there for future expansion. What is going to take place there? What's the consideration now?
Are you talking about the northern patio?
Northern, I don't know. Maybe it's the other one, the departure lounge. And then, where you have the bar and you have trends and so forth. There's something too, just on the outside of that.
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you.
Well, that area was deliberately left like that for future expansion. And I can see it being an extension of the departure lounge itself. So the use of that would be determined after we do the master plan study. However, in the short term, we have been advertising the area for company functions. You want to have a company dinner or some corporate event. The space is available for that in the short term, but long term, it's for expansion of the departure lounge.
Actually, I was a little surprised that it's such a beautiful place that some enterprising local entrepreneur didn't go for it for restaurant and for particular kind of activity of the sort you're talking about, for more mellow moods. It's a lovely place. I've been to functions there for one or two firms have had things there. I think AIA once had, or more than once, had its own staff activity there. It's a lovely spot. Well, the airport is so beautifully designed. If people stand back from the airport and look at the roof of the airport, it's designed like a bird, you know. And if you enter, when you come off the plane, you see the stonework at the bottom of as you arrive at the AIA. The stones are from the very place, and it resonates with the question of the strength and resilience of our people. In addition, of course, it's easier to maintain that stone than if you're to maintain it with or concrete blocks now. Even the colors which were used, you enter from the immigration, you see the markings on the floor, they on the tiles, and on the desk for the immigration, they are blue, reflective of the sea. When you come now, when you enter the area to depart, when you're checking in your ticket, you will see green, and the same markings on the floor, the tile with green, reflecting the greenery of the land, and so on. There are things which were the very outside colors, and the blue and the green. There were people who were involved in. There was actually a beautification committee. I can't recall if that was the name. I know, for instance, a woman whom I know very well called Eloise was one of the persons who was involved on that committee, giving her.
I think Moulton Mayers
was also there, Rhonda King.
Yes.
And in the case of Eloise, Rhonda, a couple others, they gave their services free. And they spent a lot of time there. The same thing with the VIP lounge, the two lounges. Eloise is the one who used her technical skill as a designer to do those two beautiful places. And she spent hours and hours and ends, and all of that was free. She would never want anything to appear in any document that she did it, because she does all these things when requested, which has an interest. And of course, being the wife of the Prime Minister who was embarking upon this venture, she felt that she needed to make an important contribution herself. I don't think she'd like me talking the way I'm talking about here. She said, "Why did you have to?" When I go home, she'd say, "Why did you have to talk about that in that sort of a way," and so on and so forth. But I think, in as much as we're talking about all of these things, a lot of love went into this, and that's why it was so appropriate for us to open it on Valentine's Day. Love is in the air.
We have no more than 5 minutes
Yes.
to round up. So I don't.
Go ahead, Josette.
Josette, you go first, and then PM will come in.
Well, I would just like to use this opportunity to thank everybody at AIA, from the shareholder, board of directors, and management and staff. I appreciate all the support and all the hard work. And as we go forward, it's important that you keep it up, and we try to improve at every chance that we get. I believe that we have some really big things that's about to happen at AIA, and the support is what is needed. I want us to pay special attention to our customer service at the airport. I just want to remind staff So just be kind. I don't believe that's something that's hard to do. Just be kind. We've been doing an excellent job so far, and I trust that it continues. All right, to the public, I would say that, sometimes you can give us a little bit of grace because we're dealing with a lot. Managing an airport is no easy feat. There are lots of moving parts, a lot that we need to do. And while you might see one issue that probably got away from us or we just don't have a solution for yet, we've dealt with 100 others that without you even knowing, and more complicated matters. So, but we're here to serve. We're happy to be in such an important institution in the country. We all know that it's a catalyst to all the development that is happening, social, with staff being employed and contractors being hired and people, locals being able to run their local airlines from their SVG Air, Adelphi, Mustic Airways. We appreciate the presence there. It's very important. I think we have a very unique thing in that there's so many local airlines that are benefiting from the airport as well. So it's an important institution for all of us, and we are committed to doing our very best in managing it and ensuring that we're compliant, that we maintain the facility, and that we're able to treat our customers and enhance our customer service offerings. Right?
I just want to tell you, Greaves, that WEFM and Isiotan in particular, we consider ourselves to be user-friendly to the AIA. So anytime you have an issue you want to raise, just give us a call and we'll accommodate you.
Okay.
All right. And PM?
Yeah, I want to mention two things. One in relation to the airport. Several months ago, you remember I was here.
Yes.
And an issue was that the union, which is recognized, the Public Service Union, as the bargaining agent for the workers, on a matter which was really simple to be dealt with. And remember, I expressed the view when there was a threat, and it was on the radio and on the front page of the newspaper, that if the management doesn't do A, B, C, D, they call their workers out on strike and so on. And I calmly and simply said, persons who are acting in that manner do not understand the importance of this airport to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Argyle, and that I was 100% sure that the rank and file of the workers at AIA would not associate themselves with these kind of infantile threats. And I was sure of the maturity of the workers and also of the management, whatever issue was at hand, the details of which I didn't engage myself in, because I don't want to, if that was to get my attention, that I will call the airport and so on, and I never called them, because as far as I was concerned, I had enough confidence in them and I had enough confidence in the workers. Because I will say this, when you had 300 and something workers, not yet your 422, COVID, volcanic eruptions, loss of Liat. People forget that we used to have 42 flights a week in and out from Liat, 6 every day on an average. And at Christmas and Carnival, we'd have up to 49, 7. People tend to forget that. So throughout the whole period, when the airport was like a ghost town, remember, the opposition said that we're wasting so much money. Why are we keeping this airport open during COVID? Why don't we closed the airport, as happened in Grenada and what happened in Trinidad. You remember when they prevented even Trinidadians who overseas from coming home? You remember all that? I said, we have to keep the airport open for private aircraft which want to come in, emergency aircraft which want to come in, cargo which had to come in. And I told the airport authority, the company, that we'd lay off no worker. We carried everybody. And I was confident, I was 100% sure that the bile which came from some sections of the union, in my view, purely for political purposes, having nothing to do with industrial relations. I had absolutely no doubt that the workers would appreciate what had happened and what we were doing, and if there was any difficulty, they could rest assured that it would be resolved. And I want to thank the workers for their continued maturity in this regard, and that to emphasize that they have a very special place in this altered economic paradigm, moving from a colonial or amended colonial economy to a modern, competitive, many-sided post-colonial economy, which is at once national, regional, and global, and it is in the interest of everyone. And almost everybody who is working out there is a child of the education revolution. And they know what that means. And it means, among other things, commitment to work. I know often the best of all lack conviction or commitment, and the worst are frequently full of passionate intensity. We have to bear all these things in mind, and the benefit of the years that I've been around is to provide guidance of this kind, and I have no dog hunting in this race other than the love of the people and of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our country. The second thing, in this post-burial period, I want to ask again, persons who have skills in construction, persons who have are carpenters, masons, steel benders. There's work. Go to the Housing and Land Development Corporation, go to housing, at work. It pains me to see some young people hanging on the block, some by a roadside shop drinking rum, when there is work to be done. Middle of the morning, work is to be done. Why should people come all the way from St. Lucia to be working on a kitchen, on a community kitchen, to bring it together in Ashton? And persons leaving Connery and Georgetown and Goss to go and paint, when you have able-bodied persons some of them who don't want to go and work. Look, there's enough work to be done. Work is not going to come and meet you. You have to go and look for the work. This is the reality. Even professionals have to go and look for the work, Joel. And there are areas in the rural community where farmers want farm workers. Please go and put in a 5-hour work for the dinner. I ain't telling you to work for 8 hours. Go and put in 5 hours on the farm. Help the farmers to produce, you'll get your pay. And nobody in the farm, even though the minimum wage is $50, nobody pays $50, you pay more than $50. There is work to be done. And I want to encourage the mothers and the fathers and the grandmothers and grandfathers to continue to encourage those who could do work and work is available for them to do the work. Let them go ahead and do the work. That is the way in which we will develop this country. There's no other way. Everybody has to pull his or her. And that's the plea I want to make this morning.
All right, Prime Minister, thank you very much for being with us this morning. As usual, rich discussion and a lot that we have learned. And Ms. Greaves, thank you very much. And we've learned a lot about the operation there at AIA. All the best to you and your staff. And we look forward for good things coming soon.
Thank you for having me.
Are we invited on Saturday?
Go along, man. Go along. And thanks very much.